I'm the highest civilization in the universe. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. As if nothing. It is not easy to fly to country A. There is no such flight in city Z. Li Ming needs to fly from city Z to a larger city first and then transfer to country A. Of course, Li Ming does not need to worry about this series of processes. Hu Ke has arranged it for Li Ming. Li Ming only needs to take the flight according to the ticket from the domestic Z city airport flight and then transfer to the international airport flight in a big city. After a few days of tossing, the plane Li Ming took has taken off from the international airport, heading to country A. After more than 10 hours of flight. When the plane slowly landed at the airport, Li Ming was already in country A. Taking a plane and going abroad were things that Li Ming had never touched before. But now it is different. Li Ming's cognition is far beyond that of ordinary humans. Any place and terrain are in his brain. Where there is information data, it will be a place that Li Ming's consciousness has explored. As long as it is on Earth, there is no foreign country. They are just the same kind of life. If we have to divide the levels among humans, it depends on which country has stronger technology. The country with strong technology is the top of the Earth's civilization. The humans in other countries are just ordinary humans. This is a human civilization on Earth. The strong suppress the inferior. But Li Ming believes that alien civilizations must also have such problems. Otherwise, the alien vans would not appear on Earth. As soon as Li Ming got off the plane, he kept looking around. The thoughts of the people nearby and the information in their brains were like monitors, constantly flashing various contents. Li Ming walked out of the airport while filtering out useless information. In addition to the information in these people's brains, there was also information from their mobile phone data. As long as it was an area where Li Ming walked, all the nearby information would be collected and filtered instantly. All the way to the outside of the airport, no valuable information appeared. Li Ming took a taxi outside the airport. Just by looking at the taxi driver, Li Ming captured an important piece of information. The National Security Bureau of Country A is one of the national security forces of country A and can report directly to the president's office. Li Ming's eyes swept again, and the location, area and other information had been collected. Li Ming looked at the driver next to him and directly said a place name near the agency. Then the driver started the car and left the airport. As the car started, Li Ming carefully observed every corner of the city. All data communications were like a ray of light that quickly shuttled through the air and cables. Some of these rays were sounds and some were images, but as long as they were related to what Li Ming was looking for, they could not escape Li Ming's eyes. After a while, the car slowly stopped beside a street, and Li Ming got out of the car and walked away along the street. This is a main street in the city that runs east-west. It is very spacious. In addition to the sidewalks on both sides, there are some parking spaces. There are some sparse green vegetation between the sidewalks and the motorway, but in this season, the leaves of these plants have withered and yellowed. On the left side of the street are tall buildings, which are government agencies in addition to office space, and on the right side of the street, which is Li Ming's right-hand side, is a towering wall. The wall is 7 or 8 meters high, with a brick and stone structure in the lower half and a metal fence structure in the upper half. It covers a huge area, and there are many multi-story buildings with unique architectural styles, which Li Ming has never seen in China. There are also government agencies inside, and it is Li Ming's current target, the National Security Bureau of Country A. After walking 100 meters along the wall, there is a gate. This gate is more than 10 meters wide, with a two-way lane, and there are many armed soldiers guarding it. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Li Ming stopped directly and looked directly at a soldier. Just such a simple look, some important information has entered Li Ming's brain. These armed soldiers are the same as ordinary soldiers. In this country, important places need to be guarded by fully armed soldiers, and they are real guns and live ammunition. Seeing Li Ming paused, and it was a strange foreign face. One of the soldiers walked over directly, but he had just taken 2 steps, and Li Ming's figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. All the guards didn't react immediately. After a few seconds, one of them raised his weapon and shouted, "Be alert! Be alert! Notify the guardroom." While shouting, all the soldiers looked around at the same time, but the area near the gate was empty, without a single person. The soldier in the guardroom had already picked up the phone and said, "A strange person disappeared at the gate. The troops inside should be alert. Prevent intrusion." Got it. While these guards were communicating, Li Ming was already standing in front of a building. At this time, a man in black uniform was hurriedly walking down the steps at the door of the building. Seeing Li Ming's unfamiliar face, he suddenly slowed down and looked at Li Ming with a blank face. It was not until he was 3 or 4 meters away from Li Ming that he stopped and looked at Li Ming and said, "Who are you? Why are you here? Who are you looking for?" The man asked several questioning questions in a row. Li Ming's eyes swept over the other person, and the information he needed appeared, but he ignored the other person at all. The man in black felt a little strange. Just when he was about to ask something, Li Ming disappeared with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that it was like a bullet shot past his eyes. He could feel something flying past, but his eyes could not catch anything. The man in black stepped back in panic and looked around. It was quiet and there was no one. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and made a call. Li Ming had already entered the building in front of him. It was a 10-story building. Li Ming knew clearly where what he wanted was, which was the intelligence information department on the 5th floor. It was not so easy to go directly to the 5th floor. Each floor had an independent door, and to enter, he had to have the staff's instructions, passwords, fingerprints, and multiple layers of protection. These were like nothing to Li Ming. There was a transparent password door in the lobby on the 1st floor, and there were many staff working in various positions in the lobby on the 1st floor. Li Ming, who suddenly appeared at the door, immediately attracted the attention of the security personnel on the 1st floor. Seeing Li Ming's unfamiliar face and appearance, the security guard quickly approached the door. Li Ming didn't care and continued to move forward. When he was about to reach the transparent door, he saw a chaotic sound suddenly coming from the code device next to the door, and various letter codes kept jumping on the code screen. When Li Ming approached, the door opened gently by itself. The security guard noticed this scene and his face changed. He pulled out the pistol from his waist alertly, pointed it at Li Ming, and shouted loudly, "Stop! Stop!" Li Ming turned his head slightly and glanced at the other person. At this time, the people who were working in other places looked at Li Ming. Whoosh, it seemed that something flashed by, and Li Ming had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Some people even stood up directly from where they were, opened their mouths and said, "MD, what was that just now?" The alert security guard quickly turned around and looked at the elevator. He saw that the elevator door was slowly closing, as if someone had just entered. The security guard quickly took out the intercom equipment on his body and shouted, "All floors are armed and on alert. An unidentified person has taken the elevator up." While shouting, the security guard ran up the corridor with a pistol in his hand. Although the elevator door opened and closed just now, it was just Li Ming's conscious operation. He did not actually take the elevator, but walked up the stairs. The fast figure was like a switching slide. He was on the 2nd floor 1 second, and on the 3rd floor the next. As soon as Li Ming stepped into any area, the nearby electronic equipment would be affected. The monitoring system would directly switch to other pictures or previous pictures, perfectly avoiding Li Ming's figure. If you only look at the monitoring, it seems that Li Ming has never been there. When Li Ming's figure appeared at the staircase of the 5th floor, a noisy scene appeared in front of Li Ming's eyes. The whole floor was full of computers and staff, and there were also many separate offices and equipment areas. To enter the area, you have to pass through a password glass door. At the same time, 2 security guards at the elevator, in trance next to it, were holding pistols and pointing them at the elevator door, as if they were ready to shoot at any time. The 2 security guards had nervous expressions on their faces. They repeatedly held their guns with both hands and stared at the floors displayed on the elevator. 3 floors, 4 floors, beep. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor and did not go up. One of the security guards immediately picked up the intercom device and shouted, "4th floor, 4th floor." He stopped at the 4th floor. Just as the two security guards were shouting to communicate, the transparent door behind them suddenly opened, and Li Ming walked in directly. For Li Ming, it was just walking, but for these people, it was just a flash. Chapter 27. The largest army base. Li Ming stood in the lobby on the 5th floor, and took another look. Those eyes were like a machine with a scanning function. All the information appeared in Li Ming's mind, but this information was not the most important to Li Ming. "Hey, who are you?" A staff member suddenly looked at Li Ming and asked strangely. Li Ming glanced at the other party, and his figure shook and disappeared on the spot, as if he disappeared out of thin air. The staff member's expression froze, as if he had made someone disappear with just a casual question. After a few seconds, he reacted and said to himself, "What the hell? What's going on?" Exclamation mark. A man in a white shirt in an office stood up from his seat and looked at the lobby outside through the transparent wall of the office. He saw that many staff members outside were a little dazed and at a loss, as if something strange had happened. But the next moment, there was suddenly one more person in his room. The man in white was startled, and his body couldn't help but tremble back. He stared at the man who suddenly appeared with his eyes quietly. After reacting for 1 or 2 seconds, he hurriedly opened the drawer of the table in front of him. As soon as the drawer was opened, a white pistol appeared inside. The man in white was about to reach out to take it, but the pistol inside suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the muzzle of the pistol was already against the man in white's temple, and Li Ming was standing next to him with the pistol. "Sit down," Li Ming said in fluent country A. The man in white raised his hands and sat on the chair just now, motionless, while Li Ming pointed the gun at the man's head with his right hand and gently placed the index finger of his left hand on the computer in front of the table. Suddenly, countless messages appeared in Li Ming's mind. At this time, various alarms had sounded outside the building. Hundreds of soldiers and police had surrounded the building. At the same time, people on other floors were being evacuated quickly, and a large number of soldiers with automatic weapons were also searching each floor. Those who were being evacuated didn't even know what was happening. They only heard the soldiers with weapons shouting, "Quick, get out of here." One of the executives on the floor even asked, "Excuse me, what's going on? What happened?" An officer holding a rifle replied directly, "We just received an alarm that someone has invaded here. You must evacuate immediately." Immediately, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Soldiers continued to enter the building, and the staff in the building also kept trying to leave. Most people showed strange expressions, not understanding what was happening at all. After more than 10 seconds, Li Ming had obtained the information he wanted. He smiled slightly, slowly took his fingers off the computer, and put the pistol back into the drawer. The man in white looked at Li Ming's actions with a horrified expression, and had no idea what Li Ming was doing. Bang! The sound of glass breaking from the 5th floor window came, and Li Ming jumped out from the 5th floor. Along with this sound, the police and soldiers below looked up at the sky together, and at this time a figure had appeared in their field of vision. "Fire!" A command was issued, and bullets from various guns flew out. Bang! Bang! Chaotic gunshots instantly resounded through the sky, and bullets continued to hit the glass, windows, and buildings. The staff on the floor were filled with this sound, and they lay down with their hands on their heads. After a burst of gunfire, it seemed that all the bullets hit the air. Li Ming's figure in the air only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. The next moment, Li Ming was far away from these soldiers and walked towards the gate. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, Li Ming's figure was completely impossible to capture. He was in front of them a second ago, but just as he raised the gun in his hand, the figure was already in another position in the distance. In a flash, he crossed 100 meters. After a few flashes, he had left the control area of the National Security Bureau of Country A. Li Ming, who returned to the street, was like an ordinary passerby and would not attract anyone's attention. At this time, Li Ming was very clear about the location of the base where the meteorite fell. It was not very far from the city. At Li Ming's speed, he could arrive before noon. This base is a military base of Country U. It is mainly to help Country A maintain regional stability. It is also the largest army base of Country U in Country A. It is equipped with a variety of advanced weapons of Country U, including army aircraft, helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, etc. The base is huge and has about 4,000 soldiers. Such a base is extremely powerful, and it is precisely such a powerful military force that ensures the peace of the local area. Li Ming walked away from the city. When it was almost noon, Li Ming was already in a sandy land. There was an endless plain with occasional rolling hills. The city behind him had long disappeared, but the appearance of the base could be seen in front of him. Li Ming could clearly see the soldiers on guard and patrol, the buildings in the base, and various vehicles. At the same time, Li Ming's figure was also discovered by the soldiers on the sentry post. Li Ming's appearance attracted the attention of the soldiers, who soon pointed their guns at Li Ming and shouted, "Stop, stand still, stand still. This is a military zone. Please stay away. Please stay away. Leave. Oh, bastard, he's like a deaf person. If you get any closer, I'll shoot. Stop right now and keep your distance." Various warnings kept coming. This warning was necessary and very serious, because any kind of attack could break out in this country, including inhumane human bombs, so any stranger approaching the base must be stopped or even shot. Li Ming ignored these warnings and continued to move forward steadily. "What a fearless bastard. Shoot, kill him," a certain officer shouted, and soon the sentry on the high ground raised his rifle and aimed at Li Ming, slowly putting his finger on the trigger. Li Ming in the scope was still approaching, and the soldier's finger was about to pull the trigger when Li Ming in the scope suddenly disappeared. This phenomenon of disappearing right in front of his eyes startled the soldier. He took his gun away and looked again. There was nothing in the open space in front of him, only a piece of peaceful sandy land. Li Ming seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. What a ghost. He's inside. Everyone, be on alert. Shoot him, now. Li Ming's figure had already appeared inside the base, and many soldiers had noticed his presence. As soon as these people picked up their guns, Li Ming disappeared again, and then Li Ming was already deeper in the base. As he walked, various new information continued to enter Li Ming's brain. The information obtained from the brains of these soldiers and officers made Li Ming's face change slightly, and his eyes could not help but look at a certain place in the base. It was an independent house, which seemed to be built later. It had only one floor and a small area, and there were many soldiers guarding around the house. The information Li Ming got from the brains of these soldiers was related to this house. The specific content was that the senior officers in the country of Yu ordered the base to find a certain meteorite and preserve it. This information was only the limit of what these soldiers knew, and more content naturally had to be obtained from the senior leaders. Regardless of the reason, Li Ming was coming for the meteorite, and he moved quickly towards the house in the distance. As soon as Li Ming appeared, there was a burst of gunfire, but Li Ming's fast figure exceeded the reaction speed of these people. When they opened fire, Li Ming was no longer in that position, and the bullets could only hit an open space. After a few flashes, Li Ming had arrived at the door of the building. The metal door seemed to have been specially reinforced, and fingerprint recognition was required to enter. However, under Li Ming's consciousness, the fingerprint recognition device made a sound, and the metal door actually opened directly. Li Ming entered the house in a flash. "Is it coming for the meteorite? Destroy it. Quick." Many soldiers quickly opened fire and began to shoot at the door of the room. At the same time, the nearby soldiers threw several grenades in. It can be clearly seen that more than a dozen rifle bullets were continuously shot into the room like dense raindrops, but there was no movement in the room. Not only that, the grenades just thrown in did not react at all. "Stop shooting," an officer suddenly shouted. Ding, ding, ding ding. The sound of bullets falling on the ground came from the room, as if someone had scattered bullets on the ground. At this time, two soldiers carrying rocket launchers on their shoulders came to the front of the door of the room. The officer stared at the door and looked inside carefully, but it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. "What's going on?" One of the soldiers looked puzzled. At this moment, a figure flashed, as if someone moved a step in the room, and something shook inside. The officer suddenly shouted angrily, "Fire!" Swish! Two rockets flew out and entered the room from the door, but the two rockets did not make a violent explosion sound, but only made a low muffled sound of bang, and at the same time, the flame flashed, and then there was no movement. The flame was like a match that had just been struck, and was immediately sucked out by something, before it started to burn, giving people a feeling that something swallowed the explosion in one gulp. This strange scene made all the soldiers stunned. They couldn't even believe what they saw. Sometimes they looked at each other, sometimes they showed puzzled expressions. The scene suddenly became silent, without a sound or movement. Pa pa pa, the crisp footsteps sounded. In this silent atmosphere, even the smallest sound was unusually clear and loud. Li Ming walked out of the house slowly, and stood at the door. He was unscathed, as if nothing had happened just now. But it was different outside. Hundreds of soldiers had surrounded the entire room, and 2 helicopters appeared in the sky. Li Ming didn't care. He glanced around and finally stopped at an officer. However, before Li Ming could do anything, hundreds of rifles around him began to shoot crazily. Countless bullets rushed straight at Li Ming. Most of the bullets were aimed at Li Ming's head and upper body. However, after these bullets reached a distance of 1 foot from Li Ming's body, they were like drops of water falling into the water, rippling a little. The power of the bullet disappeared quickly as the ripples spread, and finally fell directly on the ground in front of Li Ming. There seemed to be a transparent energy shield around Li Ming's body. This energy shield was like a calm water surface. When the bullet touched it, it was like a drop of water falling into the water, and it merged into it directly with the ripples. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Obtaining a New Meteorite. The energy shield was released by the star furnace on Li Ming's body. Any object with energy would be directly absorbed when it came into contact with it. Li Ming had only seen this magical effect in movies and TV shows before, and thought that the shield of this alien life was unbreakable. However, now he clearly understood that it was a product of high-end civilization and technology. The kinetic energy of the bullet and the impact force of the bomb's instantaneous explosion would be unconditionally confiscated in the form of energy, so the attacks of grenades and rockets lost their effect. After a round of crazy shooting, Li Ming still stood quietly in the same place, unscathed, but a thick layer of bullets had fallen on the ground around the edge of Li Ming's body, and all the soldiers around him stopped. Retreat. All retreat. Stay away from him, quickly. The previous officer immediately issued a new order. What's going on, officer? A young soldier couldn't help asking. Don't talk nonsense. Obey orders. Don't fire. Don't provoke him. If you still want to live. The officer continued to shout. Li Ming looked at the officer who was commanding in the distance, and several key pieces of information immediately entered Li Ming's mind. With a turn, Li Ming's eyes looked at a certain place in the base again, ignoring the soldiers in front of him. With another flash, Li Ming disappeared directly on the spot. Damn, where did he go? Over there. When Li Ming appeared again, he was already 100 meters away, and then he disappeared again with another flash. Oh no, he went to the headquarters. The helicopter in the sky turned quickly and flew to the direction where Li Ming disappeared. The officer looked at the place where Li Ming disappeared and said again, "Let's go, follow him." The soldiers around ran over quickly, but the officer suddenly stopped after running a few steps and looked at the door of the house inadvertently and then walked over directly. Looking at the bullets that fell on the ground, the officer picked up one casually. The bullet was intact, without any signs of friction and collision. Then he looked at the other bullets and scratched them with his hands. All the bullets were the same. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? The officer opened his mouth a little wider, and his facial muscles twitched a little, full of disbelief and horror. He stood up again and followed the troops. At this time, all they could do was to follow Li Ming closely, because all attacks were helpless, and more powerful weapons were naturally not suitable for use in the base. The key was that they were also worried that continuing to use force might anger this terrified guy and bring about devastating revenge. After a few flashes, Li Ming appeared in front of a 2-story building. According to the information Li Ming collected from the officer's brain, this building was the headquarters of the base, which included information captured and recorded by the ground-to-air radar, as well as information on contact with the headquarters. A dozen soldiers stood in front of the building with weapons in hand, all of them aimed at Li Ming. The first floor door of the building behind him was slowly closing. One of the officers stood out, stared at Li Ming, and said, "You can't just go in here." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming smiled slightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared. When Li Ming appeared again, he had already entered the building. The door was not completely closed at this time, and the opening and closing of the door was completely controlled by Li Ming. The lobby on the first floor was monitored by radar. All the abnormal information observed by radar in the base would be quickly analyzed and evaluated here. Once a threat was confirmed, a response would be made immediately. Many people in military uniforms were busy. Li Ming's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Without waiting for these people to react, Li Ming continued to walk inside. At this moment, time seemed to slow down by more than 10 times. Some people slowly stood up from their seats, and some people opened their mouths, as if they were saying something. The action that could be completed in 1 second seemed to take more than 10 seconds. Some soldiers took out their pistols and pointed them at Li Ming. But in Li Ming's opinion, they pulled out their guns, stood up, and shouted, all of which were very slow. Li Ming had plenty of time to do what he wanted to do: check the documents on the table, capture information from various devices, review the information detected by the radar, and look through the stored information. Li Ming walked back and forth, looking at any content he wanted to see, and operating any device he wanted to understand. After Li Ming finished doing all this, the soldier who wanted to stand up stood up completely, and the soldier who shouted made a sound. As for the soldier who pulled out his gun, he just pointed the gun at an empty and deserted place. There was a staircase leading to the second floor. The two soldiers at the staircase had just reached their pistols at their waists when Li Ming walked past them. When they pulled out their guns and pointed them at the place where Li Ming was before, Li Ming had already arrived on the second floor. The second floor was the command and communication hall, and there was a separate office. Li Ming's eyes swept lightly and walked around the hall casually. The various communication information contents were like soft rays of light, which swam for a while and entered Li Ming's brain. But if you look closely, you will find that the soft light is not real light, but a series of glowing English letters and numbers piled together. These glowing English letters and numbers are only the size of sesame seeds, densely packed, and very orderly in a linear shape. As long as Li Ming walks over, the computers and communication equipment will automatically pop out these things. Ordinary human eyes can't see these. The staff here can only vaguely feel that something flashes past them quickly. They can't see or touch it. The speed is so fast that they can only see the documents and papers on the table vibrate slightly at this speed, like a breeze just blowing, or the coffee in their hands tremble slightly. They can only feel a gust of wind blowing from behind or in front of their faces. When their brains react, everything around them is as calm as before, as if nothing happened. After walking around the second floor, Li Ming's figure flashed and appeared at the staircase on the first floor. The two soldiers with pistols at the staircase were still looking around for Li Ming, not knowing that Li Ming had already walked around the second floor. Another flash, the door on the first floor that was about to close was completely opened, and Li Ming's figure stopped at the door. 3 helicopters were watching the door overhead, and 4 or 5 tanks and hundreds of soldiers appeared around. All the firepower and scopes were aimed at Li Ming, and everyone's eyes were focused on Li Ming. Upon seeing Li Ming suddenly appear, one of the officers walked out of the troops and raised one hand at the same time, signaling all the troops not to shoot or attack at will. "Who are you? Where are you from? What are you going to do?" the officer said in a calm tone. Li Ming looked at him, looked at the troops around him, and said in a cold tone, "I'm leaving now." Li Ming answered the other party in fluent English. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. The officer had just witnessed Li Ming's strength and was almost immune to all attacks. Looking at the troops around him, the officer finally waved his hand and said, "Okay, we will let you go. Everyone, make way. Let him go." After receiving the order, the soldiers and tanks moved back and made way for a way out. Li Ming flashed and walked out of this road. The soldiers on both sides only felt something flashing by, but their eyes could not catch anything. Li Ming continued to flash a few times and then left the base. "Captain Ryan, he went south." A soldier stepped forward and said. The officer named Ryan looked into the distance with a worried look on his face and whispered, "Where is that direction going?" "Okay, this must be reported to the headquarters immediately." Ryan muttered to himself and quickly walked into the building on the first floor. After glancing at everyone, he said loudly, "Are there any casualties? If not, keep working." At this time, a soldier came to Ryan, saluted, and said, "Report to the commander, the meteorite is missing." Ryan nodded slightly, and continued to look at everyone in the hall, and said, "This guy took the meteorite. No matter who he is, he just wanted the meteorite. Now, report the situation here to the headquarters at home immediately. I hope to find the answer there. At the same time, continue to monitor and track this person." After these words, everyone stood there blankly, as if they were still immersed in the fear just now, and Commander Ryan immediately shouted loudly, "Can't you hear the order?" After this shout, everyone acted quickly and started the operation, and Ryan continued to walk through the hall and went to the second floor. At this time, Li Ming was walking quickly to the south. At the same time, Li Ming's brain had begun to accurately analyze the information just obtained. First of all, the meteorite that was protected inside the base was the item stored in the single-story building. It had been put into the star capsule by Li Ming. The meteorite was protected by the base under the order of the U-country headquarters. The order only mentioned that the meteorite should be found and protected, waiting for transportation to the country. As for the reason, Li Ming also found it on the second floor of the headquarters. The reason for protecting the meteorite was that Owen had started a secret cooperation with the U-country military. The U-country also used national power to search for meteorites that fell on October 13th worldwide, and 2 meteorites were already on the way to the U-country, one by sea and one by air. The others were still being searched and would be immediately transported to the U-country once they were found. This is the basic information that Li Ming just got, but as long as he analyzes it, he can basically understand the secret. His expression is a little ugly, and he said to himself, "Owen cooperates with humans. Owen, a third-level civilization, has already revealed his identity to the top leaders of the U-country, and is collecting all meteorites through the international status of the U-country. There must be a certain degree of consensus or interest relationship between the two. The wisdom and cognition of the third-level civilization are already the limit of human beings. Once they start to cooperate with the U-country, many human technologies will inevitably achieve breakthroughs. As a high-level civilization, doing so can achieve the purpose of helping human development in a certain sense, but it violates the law of human natural development and will cause serious consequences. In the end, what will lead humans will not progress, but destruction. Because before the great civilization advances, the first thing to be satisfied is the trust and unity between races. As a fourth-level civilization, Li Ming already has such cognition. In terms of current human civilization, if the U-country obtains a great progress in some weapons technology, it will inevitably suppress other countries for the sake of its own interests. Relying on the advantages of technology and weapons in order to compete for more resources on the earth. This suppression will inevitably attract resistance from other countries, cause conflicts in the human world, and eventually lead to war, or even destruction. This behavior is not conducive to the advancement of civilization. It will only consume a huge amount of energy and resources on the mother planet, and even destroy the living environment. It is very dangerous. What is Owen's purpose in doing this? Is he draining the energy of the earth? Li Ming still cannot know the detailed reasons. Chapter 29, Hijacking a Plane. Continuing south, there is another big city in Country A. In Country A, this city is the largest except for the capital, and it is also the only city except for the capital that has international flights. Now Li Ming no longer needs to search for meteorites all over the world, because Country U is doing this. Li Ming only needs to arrive in Country U and wait. Country U is the most economically and technologically developed country on the earth, and it is also the most powerful country in terms of military. It has hundreds of military bases deployed all over the world, and has many allies. Therefore, it has an absolute advantage in the collection and search of meteorites. Although Li Ming has a higher level of civilization, he must follow the rules of this world at the moment, and maximize his own interests in the simplest way. Entering Country U has become the only choice. In the evening, Li Ming has arrived at this big city in Country A, which is second only to the capital. It is called a big city for Country A. The city's buildings and flow of people cannot be compared with those in developed countries. In countries like Country A, there will be fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets at night, and even taxis are very rare. Li Ming walks alone, sometimes alert to the surroundings. The atmosphere in the air was full of danger, as if several people might appear at any time and point guns at you. Every face you saw was full of strangeness and danger, as if these people's appearances were born with a sense of terror. However, in Li Ming's eyes, anyone in sight seemed transparent. All behaviors and thoughts were under Li Ming's control. The necessary information kept drilling into Li Ming's head. After walking alone on the street for a while, Li Ming had already determined the location of the airport. The body flashed quickly, like a ghost at night, and soon appeared at the airport gate outside the city. Looking around, the flight information table first entered Li Ming's field of vision. The flashing numbers and subtitles were directly reflected in Li Ming's eyes, and the information he wanted was quickly presented. There were not too many people in the airport hall. Li Ming confirmed his flight and went to the waiting area to sit down slowly. To go abroad, you need a passport, and you also need to go to the embassy of the country you want to go to apply for a visa. Li Ming naturally would not go through such troublesome procedures, and just needed to wait quietly for the flight. The nearest flight was in the early morning, and there were still 4 or 5 hours to go. Li Ming sat quietly in the waiting area, his eyes slightly closed, and something flashed quickly in his mind. At this moment, an abnormal message suddenly entered Li Ming's brain. Li Ming's eyes quickly opened and looked somewhere, and saw 3 men and 2 women communicating with each other near a row of seats not far away. The 5 people looked young, about 18 or 19 years old, like students. One of the girls was wearing a white headscarf, covering her hair and the back of her body, leaving only her face exposed, and the girl next to her was wearing a blue headscarf, which basically covered her hair and back in the same way. The faces of the 2 girls were almost identical, with no major differences, but the white eye sockets contained a pair of light yellow eyeballs, which was a type of human race. The races of people in different regions on Earth were also very different, with skin color, bones, eyes, etc. The other 3 boys were standing not far in front of the girl, all wearing black tops and blue pants, but the half-open zipper of the tops revealed different colored shirts inside. One was red, one was white, and the other was gray. The 3 of them were carrying backpacks, and they waved their arms while talking, as if they were gesturing something. On the surface, these 5 people were no different from the other passengers, but the thoughts deep in their brains made Li Ming a little worried. These 5 people were actually going to hijack the next flight, and that flight was to the U country. Li Ming was planning to take that flight. Seeing what the 5 people were thinking, Li Ming's eyes could not help but continue to look at the 5 people. The girl in the blue headscarf who was sitting quietly saw Li Ming inadvertently. Li Ming just looked at her and then closed his eyes again, as if it was just an inadvertent look. Although Li Ming's eyes were closed, everyone and every electronic device nearby were releasing different information. Some information that human vision could not see was floating around, just like in a vegetable market. Chaotic sounds and information were everywhere. However, these information could be automatically blocked by Li Ming, and those information that had nothing to do with Li Ming would no longer be received. After an unknown amount of time, the boarding announcement sounded, and Li Ming's eyes opened again. There were not many people boarding this time. Li Ming could sense through their ticketing system that the number of passengers was at most 4/5 of the seats. Li Ming did not buy a ticket, let alone go through any procedures. He could only board the plane by himself. One by one, the passengers showed their boarding passes to pass the security check, and Li Ming flashed and passed through quickly, as if it was just an illusion. No one could notice Li Ming's existence. Li Ming used the same method to enter the plane. Another flash, Li Ming sat down slowly like everyone else in the seat without information. Some people might notice that a seat was originally empty, but suddenly there was a person on it, as if it was an illusion, but no one would care about it. Li Ming just sat down, his eyes narrowed slightly, his expression slightly tensed, looking at the cockpit of the plane. A piece of information suddenly entered Li Ming's brain. Someone in the cockpit of this plane actually had the same idea as the 5 young men and women. In other words, there was a group of 6 people on this plane who wanted to hijack the plane, including the pilot. Such a major information made Li Ming's expression change. According to common sense, Such things should be stopped directly, or the police should be called, etc. But Li Ming is a foreigner without a ticket. If he rashly says or does anything, he is afraid that he will be regarded as a terrorist organization first. Moreover, Li Ming has no intention of intervening in such things. As long as it does not affect his arrival in the U country, it will be fine. The gap in civilization makes Li Ming know what he wants and what he should do. Li Ming did not make any move. His expression returned to normal, but the information in the minds of this group of people soon emerged at a deeper level. This group of people was assigned by the Taliban to hijack this plane and control the U country passengers on the plane, with the purpose of using this as a condition to make the U country release a certain leader of the Taliban who had been arrested before. Li Ming had a calm expression, as if he knew nothing, and leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes quietly, because none of this mattered to Li Ming, as long as the plane could reach the U country, and if there were any signs of something wrong, Li Ming was fully capable of stopping it. After a while, the plane slowly took off on the runway and officially entered the air. It takes more than 10 hours to fly from country A to country U. Although these people who want to hijack the plane have already made careful arrangements and deployments, their actions and ideas are also under Li Ming's control. Their actions will begin after entering the U country's airspace. As for how to implement it, Li Ming cannot perceive it, and there is only so much information that can be captured from their brains. Everything can only be concluded as the situation develops. At the same time, it was 10 o'clock in the evening in the U country. In a two-story villa in S City, a middle-aged man with glasses was sitting in front of a laptop with a cup of coffee, watching a video. He had watched this video over and over again for more than a dozen times. The content of the video was that hundreds of U country soldiers were shooting at a Asian-looking man with rifles, but the bullets fell to the ground after reaching the man without causing any harm to the man. The Asian-looking man in the video was Li Ming, and this video was also the scene of Li Ming taking the meteorite at the U country military base. Squeak. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman in pink pajamas stood at the door. She looked at the man in glasses in front of the computer and said, "Carlos, a friendly reminder, today is the weekend, and we don't have many opportunities to meet each other." The man in glasses looked at the woman in pajamas affectionately, put down the coffee in his hand, and said apologetically, "Oh, yes, I almost forgot, Binia, you are so beautiful tonight." Carlos stood up while speaking, walked to Binia, and kissed him gently on the forehead, then said, "How about next week? I have an urgent matter that I must deal with immediately." Binia sighed slightly and said, "Okay. People in high positions are always very busy, I understand. Do you need coffee?" Carlos then smiled slightly and said, "Yes, but I can handle it myself. Then I'll go to sleep first." Binia turned and left the room. Carlos closed the door and returned to his seat, picked up the coffee on the table, and continued to watch the video on the screen. This time, Carlos seemed to have discovered something. He quickly put down the coffee he had picked up, and his hands quickly operated on the keyboard. The video on the computer was then magnified and processed in detail. The magnified part was exactly before and after the bullet reached Li Ming's body. After the computer slowed down and paused, the image of Li Ming's body was infinitely magnified, showing the subtle changes before the bullet touched Li Ming's body little by little. Some tiny changes that were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye have been presented. Li Ming's body seemed to have a 1-foot thick layer of armor, but this armor was like air, which could not be touched or seen. However, after being processed carefully by the computer, some of its subtle states could be clearly seen. The speed of the bullet instantly slowed down when it touched this invisible armor, but its own quality did not change. Generally, after a bullet hits a hard defensive body, it will undergo qualitative changes, deformation, or damage, but these bullets seemed to stop suddenly, and there was no sign of any collision. Carlos leaned back on the chair behind him, took off his glasses, and put them aside, and whispered with some worry, "Oh my god, no way." A special and significant discovery made Carlos seem to realize something. After sitting in a daze for a few seconds, he raised his hand to close the laptop on the table, got up in a hurry, put on his coat behind him, and prepared to go out with the computer. At this time, a hurried phone call rang, and Carlos opened the door and walked out while answering the phone. "Carlos, Please come to the office immediately. A flight from country A to our country U has been hijacked, and there are 38 U citizens on board. What? Carlos paused and said in surprise. A plane flying to us has been hijacked. Carlos, did you hear that? Carlos walked out of the house and came to the first floor and replied, okay, I know, I'm on my way. After that, Carlos hung up the phone, opened the door, and left the house. Outside the house was Carlos' car. He opened the door, threw the laptop directly on the passenger seat, and then drove away in a hurry. At this time, the curtains on the second floor of the house were drawn open, and Benil watched the car leave quietly, with a little more worry in his eyes. Chapter 30. Pay attention to your tone of voice. The U country, a triangular high-rise building, was brightly lit. Everyone in this government building was busy. A black car quickly stopped in front of the building. Carlos was ready to run into the building. As soon as he got out of the car, he turned back, after taking a few steps, opened the car door again, took the laptop on the passenger seat, and ran back to the building. As soon as he entered the lobby on the first floor, he just caught up with a few people entering the elevator. Hey, wait. Carlos shouted while running over. At the moment, when the elevator was about to close, Carlos still caught up and quickly pressed a certain floor. As an important intelligence and security department of the U government, this building is busy 24 hours a day. Although it was late at night, there were still many people rushing in and out. As soon as the elevator stopped, Carlos walked out quickly and ran straight to a room along the corridor. At this time, many people were busy. Some were making phone calls, some were operating something in front of the computer, and some were walking back and forth with important documents. Carlos walked straight through the work area and finally came to an office. At this time, there were 7 or 8 people in the office discussing something. What's going on? Carlos asked as soon as he entered. A black bald man replied first. We just talked to the criminals 5 minutes ago. They demanded the release of Bainbridge, otherwise they would crash the plane. There are a large number of US citizens on it. He gave us 10 minutes to consider. Now there are 4 minutes. The plane should have landed 5 hours ago, but it has been circling, and the fuel is almost exhausted. Carlos quickly came to the table, looked at the map on the table, and asked, where is the plane now? It has been in the US airspace, and is now hovering in the airspace near S City. I have already called all the airports in S City to help control and suspend all flights to ensure the absolute safety of this airspace. In addition, the president is also paying attention to the progress of this matter. The bald man continued. At this time, another short-haired woman continued. Our fighter planes are already accompanying the flight. We have just received the list of passengers from country A. Among them, there are 38 citizens of country U, and Mr. Austin is also on this plane. When Carlos heard the name Austin, he immediately raised his head, his face changed, and he looked at the short-haired woman intently. The short-haired woman then immediately added, but the criminals did not mention Mr. Austin when communicating with us. I think they should not know Mr. Austin's identity. Carlos slowly lowered his head, looked at the map on the table, and then replied, what will happen if we agree to the criminals' conditions? They will land at the airport in City S and release some passengers. At the same time, their plane needs to refuel. The bald man continued. Carlos stood up straight and walked back and forth in the room. His anxious face seemed to be thinking about something. Time passed bit by bit. Carlos suddenly raised his hand and said, when they call, agree to their conditions. Take Bainbridge to the airport urgently and notify the military to send special forces to the airport. As long as the plane lands, we will have a chance to deal with them. Okay, I'll go right away. The bald man turned around and left the room. The short-haired woman glanced at the other people and then said, I'll contact the military. Carlos continued to walk back and forth, thinking quickly about various plans. After a moment, he said again, keep the communication channel with the criminals open and answer the phone to find out which airport they landed at, and then quickly organize police forces to control the airport. The remaining people in the office quickly became busy. At this moment, Li Ming was sitting quietly on the plane. 2 of the 3 young men were holding knives and 1 was holding a pistol. They stood in the aisle and pointed their weapons back and forth at the passengers. The door connecting the cabin and the cockpit had been opened. The two girls who were traveling with the three men had entered the cockpit, as if they could operate the plane. The flight attendants on the plane and the co-pilot in the cockpit had become corpses. Blood was flowing everywhere, and the smell of blood had filled the entire cabin. At this time, Li Ming found that the original pilot of the plane walked out of the cockpit with a phone in one hand and a pistol in the other hand, and the cockpit had been completely handed over to the two girls to drive. Li Ming didn't care too much and continued to sit there, because from the call from the pilot, he learned that the ground Jew country had agreed to their request to release a guy named Bainbridge, and the plane would land in S City. As long as the plane can land successfully, there is no need for Li Ming to take action before that. After all, there is another possibility in the information communicated between the criminals and the ground. That is, the criminals operate the plane to crash. Li Ming certainly cannot allow that to happen, so the brain is constantly receiving such information to make the right judgment. At this time, the airport in City S has been completely blocked and entered a high state of alert. The special forces have controlled the entire airport. The time for the plane to land is getting closer and closer. Carlos and others also rushed to the airport by car. As soon as they got off the car, they quickly entered the airport hall. All flights were suspended and all the idle personnel were completely expelled. Carlos and others went directly to the tower control room of the airport and waited for it. The trajectory and altitude of the hijacked plane can be clearly seen on the radar screen in the control room. All the staff have made various preparations. Carlos looked around intently. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Carlos took out his mobile phone and went to the empty corridor outside to answer the call. Carlos, how is the situation over there? Everything is going well. The special forces are in place. We can start the operation as planned after the plane lands. I have contacted Owen for you. If necessary, he can assist you at any time. Carlos suddenly hesitated and paused and said, there is no need for that for the time being. I know you are prejudiced against training Owen into a weapon, but for the current international situation in our country, it can not only save military expenses, but also have higher returns. Carlos shook his body, touched his nose gently with his left hand, and then said, I think his growth is uncontrollable and there are great risks. Well, I don't want to talk about this now. The plane is about to land. I have to start working. We will discuss Owen later. Okay, good luck. Carlos then hung up the phone and took a long breath, then turned back to the control room. At the same time, the plane that Li Ming was riding had arrived near the airport, and the flight altitude was constantly decreasing, and the plane was about to land. The bearded pilot held the phone in his hand and said fiercely, I must see Bainbridge from the cockpit after the plane lands. Otherwise everyone on the plane will die. Carlos' voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. He is at the airport. You will see him. The roar of the plane engine resounded through the sky, and the plane glided down and entered the reserved runway. At the end of the runway were more than a dozen police cars and dozens of police officers, and in front of the police crowd stood a middle-aged man with short hair wearing prison uniforms. The man had handcuffs on both hands and ankle chains on both feet. At the same time, there were two policemen on both sides holding his arms, which could be seen at a glance in the cockpit of the plane. In the control room of the tower, Carlos picked up a walkie-talkie and whispered, the special forces can act. Before the plane on the runway stopped, more than a dozen military vehicles had already driven out quickly from other corners of the airport and followed the plane closely. In the distance, a helicopter had entered the airspace of the airport, ready to be on standby at any time. The people on the plane were completely unaware of the surrounding movements, but Li Ming had already sensed the clear sound. Whether it was the military vehicles following behind the plane or the helicopters in the sky, they were all very clear. After a while, the plane slowly stopped, and as the plane stopped, hundreds of special forces had surrounded it, surrounding the entire plane. The bearded man continued to pick up the phone and said, refuel the plane first, then put Bainbridge over. I will put half of the passengers first. After saying this, there was no response from the other side, but at this time Li Ming glanced out the window and stood up. As soon as he saw Li Ming standing up, a young gangster with a knife walked over quickly, pointed the knife at Li Ming, and shouted, "Asshole! Who told you to stand up? Sit down." Li Ming glanced at the other party from the corner of his eye, raised his right hand, and grabbed the other party's arm, waving the knife. With a crisp sound of crunch, the sound of the bones being crushed was heard by almost everyone. Ah! With a cry of pain, the knife in the hand of the gangster fell directly to the ground. Several gangsters in the distance immediately noticed the situation here, but before they could do anything else, Li Ming loosened and pushed with his right hand, letting go of the arm of the young gangster in front of him, and pushed towards his chest. This action was continuous and fast, and it was completed in an instant. The action of Li Ming's hand could not be seen clearly, and the gangster flew out directly. Pa, 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 bang. The other 3 gangsters, including the bearded man, were all knocked to the ground by the young man, pushed out by Li Ming. Li Ming's instantaneous speed and strength were no less than the burst of bullets. The 3 who were knocked to the ground also fainted. At the same time, the young gangster who was pushed out passed through the cabin and hit the windshield in front of the cockpit, and his whole body was embedded in the broken windshield. Almost all the passengers did not react. There was only a crash, and then all the gangsters fell to the ground and could not move. The 2 girls in the cockpit were stunned and trembled. The young man on the windshield was already dead, and blood was flowing down quickly. When the 2 girls reacted, Li Ming was already standing behind them. He gently knocked them behind with his right hand, and the 2 fainted. When Li Ming walked out of the cockpit, all the people in the cabin realized what had just happened. They couldn't help but stand up at the same time. Some hugged each other, and some looked at Li Ming in awe, but in the end they raised their hands and kept clapping. A white-haired man in his 50s walked out of his seat, looked at Li Ming, and said, "Good job, young man." The white-haired man then leaned over and picked up the gangster's mobile phone on the ground and said, "I'm Austin. All the gangsters have been controlled. We are ready to get off the plane. Is there anyone to pick us up?" Chapter 31. So close. The plane's door slowly opened, and stairs were set up at the door. All the passengers walked down one after another. After experiencing this thrilling hijacking, every survivor was excited to be alive. Some burst into tears, and some hugged each other. "Thank God, I'm still alive. Dear, I thought we were over." Couples, tourists, or family members all expressed their feelings. As soon as they got off the plane, ambulances and police cars arrived. At the same time, special forces re-entered the plane and quickly arrested all the gangsters. The injured were sent to the hospital, and the frightened were comforted by psychologists. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Carla's figure had appeared in front of the crowd, looking at the passengers getting off one by one. His eyes quickly locked on the white-haired middle-aged man. He hurried over and said, "Austin, this accident is really thanks to you. You are really awesome. You are still in good health." The 2 men shook hands quickly and hugged each other. Austin sighed, "Don't say that. Actually, I didn't do anything. You may not believe it, but I was also scared. This is the first time I appear in this kind of environment. He should be the one to thank." Austin pointed at Li Ming, who had just got off the plane, but Li Ming hurriedly walked out of the crowd, as if he was in a hurry to leave. Austin also continued, "He was very agile. By the time I reacted, all the gangsters had been subdued. It is no exaggeration to say that he is better than all the special forces I have ever seen." Carla's sharp eyes immediately noticed Li Ming's presence. Looking at Li Ming's figure leaving quickly, he shouted directly, "Hey, sir, can we talk?" Li Ming turned his face slightly and glanced at Carlos. With just this one glance, Li Ming immediately noticed some sharp information in Carlos's mind. This information, which might be unfavorable to Li Ming, made Li Ming speed up his pace. What is going on?" Austin looked at Li Ming's actions and was a little puzzled. However, after seeing Li Ming's face, Carlos seemed to suddenly think of something. The video he had watched dozens of times, the scene where bullets could not touch his body, suddenly jumped out of his mind along with the face in front of him. Carlos's expression became nervous, and he couldn't help but say to himself, "Is it him? Oh, bad, stop him." As soon as he shouted, the police and special forces immediately looked in a certain direction. Li Ming, who was already far away from the crowd, became the focus of everyone. The police took out their pistols and the special forces raised their rifles. However, before they could do anything else, Li Ming's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Carlos's face changed, and he chased after him. At the same time, he picked up the intercom in his hand and shouted while running, "Block all exits of the airport, pay attention to a guy with a nation face, and let the helicopter keep an eye on him." A large number of police and troops began to chase in the direction where Li Ming disappeared. Watching Carlos suddenly leave, Austin was confused and asked himself in confusion, "What happened? What's going on?" After a few flashes, Li Ming's figure had disappeared from everyone's sight. After receiving the order, the police set up a battle formation far away at the airport exit, using several police cars as cover. More than a dozen police officers were waiting behind the police cars with pistols. The muzzles and eyes were aimed at the exit of the airport, but the airport gate was quiet and there was nothing unusual. After a while, which seemed like a gust of wind blowing past a police car, but the police next to it just subconsciously looked around. Just now, was there something flashing by? The policeman said to his colleague next to him with some doubts. "Dude, you're just too nervous, don't be afraid." "Well, that might be an illusion." The policeman continued to stare at the airport exit. At this time, Li Ming was far away from the airport. His extremely fast speed allowed him to quickly enter S City. Even the helicopter in the sky could not capture Li Ming's position. Li Ming slowed down his speed when he arrived in the city. The lights of the high-rise buildings in the city were still bright. The lonely street lights on the streets were very quiet. At this time, there were no pedestrians on the road, and even few cars were driving. Li Ming's figure walked alone on the street. He glanced and saw the street sign with the name of the street written on it. A person and information related to him kept appearing in his mind. When he thought of this person, Li Ming determined his direction and walked quickly to a certain place. At this time at the airport, Carlos ran to the exit of the airport panting. Outside the gate of the airport, in addition to the police and police cars, there were actually a lot of media people. Although the operation was secret, it was difficult not to alert the media when the airport was blocked, and a large number of troops and police were dispatched. Carlos put his hands on his waist and breathed deeply. He came to the side of a policeman and asked, "Did you see anyone coming out of here?" "No, sir." The policeman replied quickly. Carlos glanced around with some disappointment. After his eyes stayed on the reporters swarming outside the cordon for a few seconds, he said to the policeman next to him again, "Keep guarding here. Be careful not to let anyone come in or out casually." "Yes, sir." The policeman replied again. At this time, a female reporter with long black hair in the crowd outside noticed Carlos and suddenly raised the microphone and shouted, "Mr. Carlos, can you tell me about the hijacking incident?" After this shout, many other reporters soon noticed this and crowded and shouted frantically, "Mr. Carlos, have all the criminals been caught? What is their purpose? How many hostages are there on the plane, and how are they now?" Carlos showed a helpless and impatient expression. He paused for a moment as he was about to leave and replied, "The police will explain to you in detail soon. I can only tell you now that all the criminals have been caught and all the hostages have been safely rescued. Okay, that's all." After Carlos finished speaking, he turned around and walked back into the airport. Back in the airport lobby, the police and military leaders were already talking to Carlos' men. "What's the situation now?" Carlos asked as he took a look at the people in front of him. "There are 6 gangsters in total, 1 is dead, and the other 5 have been handed over to you." The military leader spoke first. Then the senior police officer said, "Bangbridge has been sent back to prison. I wonder if there was any other trouble just now." Carlos nodded with satisfaction, then shook his head gently and said, "No, nothing. Everything is back to normal now. Thank you for your cooperation. You can go home now." Carlos had just finished speaking when the short-haired woman suddenly pulled Carlos aside and whispered, "Although the criminals were caught and the hostages were rescued, something very strange happened in the cabin 1 minute after the plane landed. You can learn more about the situation from Austin. I don't think things are that simple." Carlos showed an expression of thinking about something else when he heard this and replied, "Okay, I will. Let's call it a day. Retreat, all retreat, mission accomplished." Various personnel from the police, military, and security bureau began to leave the airport in an orderly manner. Vehicles and crowds dissipated little by little in the airport, and Carlos trotted to Austin's side and said directly, "I have something urgent that I need your help with, doctor, so can you come with me to my office first? My computer is there." Austin smiled and replied, "That's just what I want to say. I just happen to have a lot of things I want to discuss with you." "That's great. My car is right outside," Carlos said. At the airport gate, reporters were already madly crowded. Carlos's appearance attracted a crazy siege of reporters. Various questions were constantly shouted out from the crowd. Carlos and Austin could only get into a black car together under the cover of many security personnel and quickly drove away. The short-haired woman stayed and began to answer the reporters' questions one by one to stabilize the situation and the emotions of these people. Carlos drove a black car through the streets, leaving the airport and heading straight to the city. There were not many vehicles on the streets. Austin glanced at Carlos beside him and suddenly said, "Did you catch that man? Why did you catch him? He saved all of us." Carlos replied directly, "It's a long story. When we get to the office, I'll show you something and you'll know. Oh, by the way, you already know about Owen." Austin nodded slightly and said, "Now the whole country of you is full of various discussions. My vacation was forced to be cancelled. I received information about Owen, but I don't believe the nonsense of those politicians, so I would like to hear you talk about the details." Carlos glanced at Austin and continued driving, but his expression became very serious. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Do you know Oliver? That rich second generation? A mining tycoon. I met him at a banquet before. He's rich and arrogant. To be honest, I don't like him, but many politicians like his money more." "What? Is he related to this?" Austin said casually. Carlos looked serious and said, "It seems that the report you received about Owen does not contain this key information. I knew they would not tell you." As he said this, the black car driven by Carlos had arrived at the bottom of the triangular building. After parking the car, he said, "Let's go upstairs and talk." Chapter 32 Before Dawn. From the elevator on the first floor, we went all the way to a high-rise building. As the elevator door opened, we saw a somewhat chaotic work area in front of us. At this time, many people were still busy. After passing through the work area, Carlos took Austin to a quiet office. From the window of the office, we could see the work area outside, but the good sound insulation made the office exceptionally quiet. Carlos said as he brewed coffee, "I was supposed to spend a wonderful weekend at home with Beniel, but apparently." Carlos had already brewed 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Austin, then continued, "Okay, let's talk business. Didn't I mention Oliver to you just now? He died in his villa a week ago." Austin took the coffee, took a sip, and suddenly paused. He kept the cup at his lips for a long time, and then slowly sat on the sofa, as if he was a little surprised. Carlos also took a sip of the coffee in his hand and continued, "Owen contacted the military the day after Oliver's death. I don't know how he did it, and I'm not sure what agreement he reached with the military, but the strange thing is that the military has protected him. On the day Oliver died, only Owen and Oliver were in his villa. The police investigation finally found that Oliver died of drowning. He would drown in his own swimming pool. No one would believe this, not even a 3-year-old child." Carlos said, somewhat dissatisfied. Austin gently placed the cup on the table in front of him and said, "But the military leaders believed it, right?" Carlos then continued, "You should know that what I'm going to tell you is not a simple murder case. Owen was sent to the military base in Area 51, where there are alien UFOs and alien corpses. The military has been secretly researching for decades, but there have been no results. However, when Owen arrived at Area 51, everything changed. He cracked the results that we have not studied for decades. As Owen himself said, he is an alien civilization. The most terrifying thing is that the military persuaded the president and Congress to help Owen find those meteorites, and then used Owen as a weapon to blackmail the world." Carlos continued. Just at this point, Carlos suddenly showed a worried expression and whispered, "Our wisdom is not comparable to those alien civilizations. I think the final result is not that we used Owen, but Owen used us." After saying the last sentence, Austin silently picked up the coffee on the table again. His expression stiffened, his eyes dull, as if he was thinking about something. Carlos continued, Oliver's father has given us a huge amount of money to investigate his son's death. In the past, this amount of money would have been enough for us to bring Owen to justice, but now, Owen has escaped the punishment of the law. I don't know what will happen to the meteorites after they are transported back. Austin nodded gently and said, yes, we have been unable to find any results in their research for decades, but they already know everything about our things at a glance. This is very scary. Carlos suddenly thought of something when he heard this. He took out the laptop on the table and said, look at this. As Carlos spoke, he had already turned on the computer and put it on the table in front of the sofa. The computer screen was playing the content that Carlos had watched many times. Hundreds of soldiers were shooting at Li Ming with rifles, but Li Ming was not hurt at all. When Austin saw this scene, he took off his glasses, wiped them again, and put them on again. He looked at the content of the video carefully with his eyes, and his face became ugly. Austin slowly raised his head, his eyes widened a little, looked at Carlos in disbelief, and said, when did this happen? Carlos took a sip of the coffee in the cup, and then said, 2 days ago, the military base of Country A sent a video and other information. Coincidentally, I met him at the airport today. Yes, he was on the same plane with me, and he was the one who saved everyone on the plane, Austin said then. Carlos put down the cup in his hand and said, I have watched this video repeatedly, and finally came to a conclusion that this person may be the same as Owen. Oh, God. Austin sat up again in surprise and continued to look at Carlos, and then said, what are you going to do? Carlos shook his head and said, I don't know, but I think he is different from Owen. Austin nodded and said, yes, Owen killed people, but he saved people. Carlos then sat next to Austin and said, according to the intelligence provided by the A country base, he went to the base for meteorites. Although he was attacked, he did not hurt any soldier, but just took the meteorites. I think he knew that we were looking for all the meteorites that fell on October 13th, so he came to U country. He, like Owen, is for meteorites. Austin's expression was solemn, and he sighed. Fortunately, he just wanted to get the meteorites, and did not threaten us. But Owen won't. Carlos replied immediately. Maybe our government has chosen the wrong partner, and we don't know what those meteorites will bring to them, or to us. Austin's deep eyes were full of worry. Carlos immediately showed the same expression and said, Herman won't believe me. He is still trying to convince me to accept Owen. This is ridiculous. Austin shook his head slightly, raised his left hand to check the time on his watch, and suddenly stood up and said, yes, it does sound a bit troublesome, but now, I have to go home. Give me a copy of the information about this person. It's really too late today. I can only go home to study. Carlos also stood up and said, okay, then please, doctor, we need to know more about them. Even if there is no threat to us now, we need to be prepared. I will drive you back. It's just on the way. Okay, that's troublesome, Austin replied. Carlos put away his laptop and left the office with Austin. After walking out of the Triangle building, Carlos drove Austin home, and Carlos also started to return to his own home. Austin's home was not far from Carlos's home, and it was also convenient to come back from the Triangle building. After sending Austin back, Carlos drove along the road towards his home. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was about to dawn. Carlos lived in the suburbs far away from the city. There were no street lights on the road, and there were no pedestrians. It was very quiet. For Carlos, this day was busy and tiring. Carlos held the steering wheel with one hand and rubbed his nose with the other hand. His eyes closed and opened, and suddenly a figure flashed in front of the headlights. Ah! Carlos yelled, turning the steering wheel quickly in his hand, and slammed on the brakes. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound of G. As the steering wheel turned, the vehicle slid on the ground for several meters and hit the tree on the side of the road directly. Carlos had a horrified expression on his face, and a few drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. After being in a daze for a few seconds, he looked back. There seemed to be nothing on the dark road. Oh, what a ghost. Carlos hurriedly got out of the car and checked the empty road. There was indeed no one. Mr. Carlos, a voice suddenly came out. There was a figure on the empty road. This person looked at Carlos quietly and stood a few meters away from Carlos, motionless. Carlos suddenly heard this voice and turned around to look. The figure not far away could be seen very clearly. It was Li Ming. "It's you," Carlos said in surprise. Carlos, the head of the US CIA, has no children, but has a wife who loves you very much. This place is very close to your home. Why don't you invite me to your house for a cup of coffee? Li Ming said. Carlos hesitated to speak, glanced at the car that hit the tree next to him, and waved his arms involuntarily, with a helpless expression on his face. Li Ming smiled slightly, turned around and walked to the car, stretched out his right hand under the car, as if he had grabbed something, and then raised his arm, and picked up the entire black car. His relaxed expression was, as if he had casually picked up a toy from the roadside. Li Ming took 2 steps, returned to the road, and slowly lowered the car. He glanced at the car with his glasses and said, "Let's go, Mr. Carlos." As he said this, Li Ming was about to get in the car. This move surprised Carlos, who opened his mouth wide and reacted for a few seconds before hurriedly getting into the driving position. Li Ming sat calmly in the passenger seat without saying a word. Carlos started the car and glanced at Li Ming beside him from time to time. Although the car hit the tree, the impact was not serious because the brakes were applied in time. With the sound of the engine starting, Carlos drove forward again. After a while, the car stopped at the door of Carlos's villa, but Carlos did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, he looked at Li Ming beside him and then at the dark house at home, and then said, "Let's talk about it here." Li Ming's eyes also looked at Carlos's house, and then turned his eyes to Carlos, staring straight into Carlos's eyes, and then said, "I saw a lot of things from your eyes, especially about the whereabouts of the meteorite. The meteorite shipped by air has been sent to Area 51. I think Owen should have got it, but there is another meteorite shipped by sea. This meteorite is very important to me, and I must get it, so I need your help." Li Ming continued. Carlos' eyes kept blinking, and his trembling lips did not say a word, just looking at Li Ming quietly. Chapter 33, Surprising Discovery. I don't want to be an enemy of any country or any human being on Earth, and I have no interest in hurting you, but I must get the meteorite, Li Ming said solemnly. Carlos hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know much about meteorites. It's a military secret." Li Ming's eyes suddenly became stern, and his entire face seemed to be frozen, very stiff. His lips moved slightly and he said, "Then let me tell you what you know. The CIA you are in charge of is assisting the military in finding meteorites. All the meteorite intelligence is provided by you. I believe that other meteorites will soon fall into the hands of the military. They will all be transported to the United States, but you don't know what consequences will be brought to mankind if all these meteorites fall into Owen's hands. There is also a video about me in your portable computer. You want to know more about me, but the more you know, the less good it will be for mankind. Too much contact with alien civilizations will only accelerate the destruction of human civilization. You can take this as a warning." Li Ming continued. "Then what should I do?" Carlos said a little dazedly. Li Ming's expression eased slightly, and he continued, "You never know as much as I do. I need to know when the latest meteorite will arrive in the U country, the exact time and location, that is, the meteorite shipped by sea. Although you don't know now, you have the ability to get information in this regard, so I will continue to pay attention to you. You should contact me in time after getting the news, right, Mr. Carlos? I will wait for your news." Carlos seemed a little overwhelmed, and his right hand repeatedly held the steering wheel, and his hand was sweating a lot unconsciously. Unconsciously, a ray of sunlight had shone in through the car window, and the curtains on the second floor of the house not far away were opened. Benia saw Carlos's car outside at a glance, but the front part of the car was a little deformed, as if there was a car accident, but when he continued to watch, it seemed that there was another person in the passenger seat. The window was opened, and Benia showed a worried expression and shouted, "Carlos, is that you?" Carlos, who was about to say something to Li Ming, heard his wife's voice, turned around, lowered the car window, and stretched out his hand, and waved a few times. Benia looked at the car carefully, turned around, put on his coat, and walked downstairs in a hurry. At this time, Carlos turned around again, and there was no one in the passenger seat. Li Ming seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Carlos looked around, but still couldn't see anything. At this time, Carlos's mobile phone suddenly beeped. He took out the phone and found a text message with only one sentence: "Don't forget about the meteorite." Carlos got out of the car quickly. There was nothing to see on the empty street, as if a person disappeared in an instant. "Honey, what happened?" Benia walked towards the car and looked at the damaged part of the front of the car. Carlos quickly put away his mobile phone, took out the computer in the car, and said, "I'm fine, nothing. Maybe I'm too tired recently, so something happened." Benia subconsciously glanced at Carlos' car. There was no other figure, as if Carlos was alone. Then he said, "It's good that you're okay. Let's go home." Carlos nodded gently, said nothing more, and accompanied Benia to his home. At the same time, in a circular government building in S City, several people were discussing something in an office. On the oval table, a short-haired man in a major general's uniform sat in the middle, and on both sides of him sat 5 or 6 other people, all of whom were key members of the military. Opposite them sat a burly bald black man. "Owen, the meteorite shipped back from country Y will arrive at Newark Port tonight. Our military will secretly transport it to Area 51. This will be the second meteorite delivered to you. There are other meteorites on the way. This is a memorandum of cooperation between us. You need to sign it." The Major General handed a document to the other side. Owen took it, glanced at it, and put it in front of his eyes, and picked up a pen to write his name on it, as if he didn't care about the content at all. Looking at Owen, who was signing, the Major General smiled slightly and said, "Before the second meteorite is delivered, you need to go to the CIA to accept Carlos' questioning. I know you hate that guy, but you don't have to answer any of his questions. My people will always be with you, and will send you back to Area 51 when the time is up." Owen returned the signed document to the Major General in front of him, and said in a low voice, "No, I want to receive the meteorite in person after the questioning is over. And have you prepared what I want?" The Major General took the document and said, "No, I refuse. You are still facing multiple charges. Oliver's father is very powerful and has a strong lobbying group. Your excessive appearances will cause unnecessary trouble. As for the electricity you want, we are already preparing it." Owen suddenly stood up angrily after hearing this, with his hands on the table, and continued in a low and slightly hoarse voice, "That is your business. Whoever opposes can be executed, but I must receive the meteorite in person. If you don't agree, then the negotiation ends here." The Major General hesitated after hearing this. After looking at Owen, he said, "I will reply to you later. I need to consult with the higher-ups. Now you can go to the CIA with my people." Owen turned around with disdain and left his seat. In the afternoon, the phone rang. Carlos, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. The phone continued to ring. Carlos sat up and picked up the phone on the bedside. After looking at the incoming call, he answered the call directly. "The military agreed to our inquiry of Owen under pressure. Owen will arrive at the Triangle building in half an hour. Do you want to come over?" said a woman's voice. Carlos touched his face with his hand and said, "Okay, I'll be there soon. By the way, let Austin know that I'll pick him up." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Carlos got up quickly, put on his clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. At the same time, his eyes kept looking around the house and shouted, "Benil, I have to go out for a while. Benil." After a simple wash, Carlos did not get any response from Benil. He returned to the house and picked up his phone again. A short message appeared on it. "I'm going to repair your car. If you want to go to work, you can drive my car first. In addition, I've made your favorite beef pizza. Remember to heat it up in the microwave, Benil." Carlos put away his phone and went directly to the kitchen. There was a plate and a car key on the dining table. He couldn't help but sigh. It's really thoughtful. However, Carlos did not put the pizza in the microwave to heat it up. He just ate 2 bites casually and took the key and turned away. When he walked out of the house, Carlos's black car had disappeared, but Benia's red car was parked in Carlos's parking space. Carlos got in the car and left. Not long after leaving the residence, he arrived at Austin's residence. Carlos took out his mobile phone while driving the car. He was about to contact Austin, but before he could make the call, he saw Austin waiting on the roadside. Carlos put the phone away again. The car slowly stopped when passing by Austin and left quickly as soon as he got in the car. After the car drove a distance, Austin turned on a computer in his hand and said, "I have carefully analyzed the video you gave me. I don't know what to say to you, but this is really shocking." Carlos drove the car carefully, but when he heard Austin say this, he suddenly became a little nervous and glanced at Austin beside him. "Combined with your data, it is basically certain that there is indeed a shield around his body. I'm not sure whether the shield comes from his clothes or body or other advanced technology, but we can't see it," Austin continued. "So he is immune to all attacks?" Carlos looked at Austin next to him again and said in surprise. But Austin pushed his glasses, his face became a little stiff, and said in a very low voice, "It may be more exaggerated than that." Carlos frowned slightly and looked at Austin with an unbelievable expression. And Austin continued, "If you watch the video carefully, you will find that those bullets are not blocked outside the shield, but pass through the outer layer of the shield and fall inside the shield. This does not conform to the concept of defense, so there is only one explanation. The kinetic energy of the bullet is not blocked when it contacts the shield, but absorbed. He absorbs the energy generated by the movement of the bullet. It is very likely that this energy will become his own energy, that is to say, the more we attack him, the stronger he may become." Chapter 34, Questioning Owen. The red car drove along the streets of the city for a while, before stopping in front of a triangular building. Carlos and Austin hurriedly got out of the car and walked towards the building. Carlos whispered as he walked, "Let's see what we can learn from Owen first." The two entered the elevator on the first floor and pressed a certain floor. After a while, the elevator door opened and many people stood on the floor. There were military personnel in uniforms, other CIA personnel, and of course some security personnel. These people were talking to each other, but they became quiet when Carlos appeared, as if they were all waiting for Carlos. When she saw Carlos, the short-haired woman quickly stepped forward and led Carlos to a room. Through the transparent glass of the room, Owen could be seen sitting quietly inside. "What's wrong with those people?" Carlos glanced at the uniformed personnel with a bad temper and said. The short-haired woman could only whisper, "They will take the person away directly after the questioning. There is only half an hour." Carlos was a little angry and dissatisfied, but he had no choice. He quickly opened the door and walked into the room with Austin. In the middle of the room was a metal table. Owen, who was sitting opposite, had a calm face and looked at Carlos and Austin calmly. Carlos sat opposite Owen. Just looking at Owen, he suddenly had a strange feeling. That feeling made Carlos feel a little uncomfortable, as if the person opposite was not a person, but an animal, or a life, that he had never met before. This feeling was very subtle and a little scary, just like bringing you into a room opposite a lion sitting quietly, hoping to talk to you about something. How unnatural and discordant it was, and Carlos felt this way right now. Austin seemed to have noticed something, and after looking at Carlos beside him, he said, "Are you okay?" Carlos took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Yes, I'm fine. Let's get started. I know what you want to ask, and I know what you want to know." Owen spoke first before the two of them could speak. Carlos and Austin's faces changed, a little surprised and shocked. Owen smiled slightly, and that smile gave people an evil and terrifying aura. He continued, "But, it's useless to know, low-level, stupid creatures." Carlos recovered his expression, suppressed his inner emotions, looked at him carefully, and said, "So, you don't really want to cooperate with us, you just want to achieve something? For example, you sus to get meteorites?" Owen gently placed his hands on the table in front of him, stretched his head forward slightly, and whispered, "Will you humans cooperate with other animals on the earth? Maybe, to satisfy their desires, such as raising some pigs, chickens, or ducks, but it's temporary, because you need them, you need their meat, to get the energy you need." Owen continued. Carlos's face looked a little ugly, and he glanced at Austin beside him. Owen continued to straighten his body and said, "Just like my cooperation with you, it's temporary, but at least it's real this time. You want to destroy mankind?" Austin suddenly asked. Owen showed a hesitant expression, then glanced at the people outside the transparent window and said, "No, it won't, but it may bring disaster to you, because this is the price of cooperation. But you will still perish, in your words, it is self-destruction. I have even seen your desperate faces, and you can only face reality next." Owen continued. Carlos narrowed his eyes and stared at him, but all the words he wanted to say stopped at his mouth. Austin beside him opened his mouth slightly, as if in a daze, and said after a while, "So, you need to get energy from us." Owen closed his eyes slightly and said, "How long can you humans communicate with other lower animals on this planet? This half an hour is extremely long for me. It all depends on how much benefit I can get later. It's like you are alone in the world of lower animals. At first you are afraid, but when you control everything with your own ability, you will stay away from them, because they are not at the same level as you." Owen continued. Carlos suddenly became angry at this time, with eyes wide open, fists clenched, and gritted teeth, saying, "Who the hell do you think you are? This is Earth. Just based on your nonsense, I can arrest you immediately. Don't think you can do whatever you want." Owen slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Carlos, and said lightly, "You look angry, just like you see a dog barking at you. It can't do anything to you." Carlos suddenly stood up, as if he was going to punch him. Austin on the side quickly stood up and pulled Carlos. At this time, the uniformed personnel watching outside also quickly opened the door and rushed in. "The questioning is over, let's go," an officer said, as soon as he came in, and looked at Carlos fiercely. Carlos just looked at Owen angrily and said in a low voice, "I will definitely make you pay the price, bastard." Owen didn't care at all and left with a slight smile. As soon as they walked out of the room, the officer whispered to Owen, "You didn't have to say a word, but you insisted on provoking them." Owen didn't say a word, as if he didn't hear anything, and left quickly. Carlos watched them leave, left the interrogation room angrily, and returned to his office. Austin followed closely, entered the office, and closed the door directly. After looking at the many staff outside through the transparent window, he was about to say something, but Carlos spoke first at this time. "He thinks he is so smart that he can humiliate us at will, but impulse can't solve the problem. Carlos, you need to calm down. What should we do next?" I don't think he was joking just now. "The situation may become very bad," Austin said afterwards. Carlos paced back and forth in the room, his anger just now slowly subsiding, and he said to himself, "But those idiots in the military still thought they got the treasure." Austin said, "Now we need to solve the problem at hand." Carlos continued to walk back and forth. His expression had recovered a lot, his emotions quickly calmed down, his pace suddenly stopped, his eyes widened slightly, and he turned to look at Austin, then whispered, "I remember it." "What?" Austin looked confused. Carlos said excitedly, "I met that guy last night, the guy in the video." This special news excited Austin, and he asked, "What did he say?" Carlos hesitated, thought quickly, and said, "He said he needed a meteorite, and asked me to provide him with information about the meteorite, but that's not the most important thing." At first I thought he was a bit similar to Owen, but when I saw Owen again today, I felt that something was wrong. It was a strange feeling. Although he was also strange, I didn't feel that way when I talked to him, but Owen did. Carlos continued. Austin was a little confused, and his eyes did not immediately understand what Carlos meant. Carlos immediately continued, "That person is still a human, but Owen is not. There is no human breath at all, except for that skin. This is the feeling I had when I met these two people. They are completely different. Can you understand? I was a little confused just now, but now, I seem to understand." Austin said so but still frowned slightly, and said a little dazedly, "But what does this mean?" Carlos shook his head slightly, his eyes became a little dull, as if he was concentrating on thinking about something, and muttered to himself, "I don't know, but I think I should meet him again. Maybe he can give us more answers." Carlos suddenly came to the desk while whispering, and checked something on the computer in front of the desk, then picked up the phone on the desk, and pressed a number. As soon as the call was connected, Carlos said directly, "Sophie, I need all the information about the meteorite being shipped back to the country. It must be the exact time and place." "Okay, boss," a female voice immediately replied from the other end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Harbor Base. Information about the meteorite on October 13th, including the collection situation, the time and place of delivery, etc., was quickly transmitted to the computer on Carlos' desk. The information was presented in the form of an encrypted file. After Carlos received the file, he entered the password and the file was opened. Carlos entered a certain code on the file, and a shipping information popped up directly. The information showed the place and date of arrival of the goods. After reading it carefully, Carlos raised his head in surprise and said to himself, "Today, my god, he is going to get the second meteorite." Carlos took the phone in his hand and was about to make a call when he suddenly hesitated. What happened? Austin couldn't help but say when he saw Carlos's unusual expression. Carlos put away his phone and turned off his computer again, then said to Austin, "I have an urgent matter and need to go out for a while. I have to meet that guy. Please write a document report to the president about Owen's inquiry. I will contact you again if I have new information. Hey, man, I need to know what happened." Carlos, Austin said with a confused look on his face, but Carlos left in a hurry before he could answer. At this time, in a coffee shop not far away from the Triangle building, Li Ming was sitting quietly with his phone flat on the table in front of him, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, looking in the direction of the building, as if waiting for something. A moment later, a figure hurriedly walked out of the door of the Triangle building. This person was Carlos. Li Ming took a sip of the coffee in the cup, and the screen of the mobile phone on the table suddenly lit up automatically. A column of digital numbers appeared on the screen, but it was not dialed out. Instead, it was sent directly after editing a paragraph of English information. These operations of the mobile phone seemed to be completed by himself, but they were all under the control of Li Ming's brain consciousness. Carlos, who was in the distance, had just walked to his car when he suddenly stopped and reached out to take out his mobile phone from his pocket. After taking a look, he suddenly looked at the coffee shop opposite. After a careful inspection, a man sitting by the window of the coffee shop came into Carlos' sight. After a few more glances, Carlos opened the car door, started the car and drove over directly. Li Ming put down the cup in his hand, picked up his phone and left directly. The people around him didn't pay much attention to Li Ming's existence. There was just a figure at that position just now, but in the blink of an eye, the figure had disappeared, as if it had suddenly disappeared. After walking out of the coffee shop, Li Ming came to the side of the road. The red car slowly stopped. Carlos waved to Li Ming through the window. The next moment, Li Ming had already sat in the passenger seat. Although he knew Li Ming's special ability, Carlos was still startled by his sudden appearance. He shrank back and said nothing, but just drove the car back into the street. Carlos drove the car and looked at Li Ming from time to time, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Li Ming tilted his head, looking at Carlos's head with his eyes, as if he was flipping through some documents, and whispered, "Tonight in Newarkport, the second meteorite." Carlos could feel Li Ming's actions, as if these information were written on his body. His body suddenly became stiff and motionless, and he was even a little worried that his casual movements would affect the other party. And Li Ming's behavior gave people a sense of fear and oppression. Do you know Owen?" Carlos asked with courage. Li Ming turned his head back to the front and said, "He and I are both parasites of alien life, but the difference is that I still have human blood and consciousness. He has been completely controlled by alien life. Didn't you just meet him?" "Ah, yes, I just want to know what we should do next to be more beneficial to us, such as, should we give those meteorites to him, or to you?" Carlos said carefully. Li Ming had a blank expression on his face, as if he had not listened to what the other party had just said, but he replied, "You have no right to choose. Your country's military is making a huge mistake. Owen will drain all the usable energy on the earth. The meteorite must be handed over to me." After hearing this, Carlos's face gradually darkened. "I know what you want, but I told you that knowing too much is not good for you. Li Ming said. Yes, I know that you and Owen both want to get the meteorite. What I mean is, what will happen after you get the meteorite? Carlos said carefully. Li Ming had already seen through his thoughts and questions, but in the other part, his brain information, Li Ming only found the information of the most recent meteorite. The other meteorites were either still being collected or had not yet been transported back to the U country. It was still necessary for Li Ming to continue to contact Carlos. Li Ming looked at the distance outside the car and began to say, after obtaining the meteorite, the alien life will advance to become a higher level civilized life and have more powerful power, but it also needs a lot of energy support. This energy demand is devastating to the earth. Carlos licked his lips, looked forward for a while, looked at Li Ming for a while, and said, so, whether the meteorite is in your hand or in Owen's hand, the result is the same. Li Ming shook his head and said, no, Owen is no longer a human being. He will ruthlessly seize any energy he needs, but I'm still a human being. I will find a more suitable way to solve the problem between me and the earth, and I will minimize the harm to humans. Carlos didn't say anything else, just drove fast on the highway. To the east of S City is New Waterport. It takes several hours to get there from the city. Carlos kept increasing the speed, hoping to get there before Owen. The sky gradually darkened, and the night quietly fell. New Waterport was quiet. This is a military port. Ordinary people cannot enter without permission. Carlos stopped the car in a small town a few kilometers away from the port. It was still far away, but the lights of the port could be vaguely seen. That's the Newark port. My car can't get any closer. The rest depends on you. To be honest, I don't know whether what I did today was right or wrong, whether it was for the U or for all mankind. Carlos looked at Li Ming beside him and then looked at the dim lights in the distance. Li Ming said nothing, opened the car door and left directly. The town was dark, the doors of the houses and shops were all closed, and it was extremely quiet. The clear sky at night was full of shining stars, and the port in the distance was like a mirage, and the lights looked a little dim. There was only one road here, and the straight end was the destination. The autumn wind kept caressing my cheeks, feeling a little cold. Li Ming's figure was like a flashing illusion, one by one, and soon disappeared from Carlos's sight. Carlos' right hand repeatedly held the steering wheel. His eyes kept looking into the distance, and after a few seconds of daze, he turned the car around and left the town. Carlos knew that he couldn't stay here for long, and there were still many things waiting for him to deal with when he returned. Li Ming continued to go deeper along the road, getting closer and closer to the port, and his vision became clearer. A few hundred meters away from the port, a fence appeared, and there were sentries and sentries. Further ahead was the military restricted area. The fence corresponding to the road was an interceptor. Any vehicle that wanted to pass through had to be inspected. 4 soldiers walked back and forth at the door, occasionally communicating with each other. A gust of wind blew, and something seemed to flash under the bright lights. One of the soldiers looked back and forth along the road, and there was nothing unusual, so he didn't care. Li Ming had already entered the port. There were not many containers here. Unlike ordinary cargo ports, this time should have been very calm and there were no work tasks. But today was different. An important ship would arrive at this port. There was only one place for non-military ships to berth, which was the southernmost part of the port. The place there was vacant, and the other places were already full of various warships and even aircraft carriers. These military ships needed to return to the port for maintenance after a long voyage. The maintenance cost of ships is high, and military ships are even more unusual. Even at night, a small number of people are working overtime. At this time, the southernmost berth has been blocked, and many soldiers gathered there, as if waiting for something. Li Ming's figure flashed back and forth between the building and the vehicle, and the information he wanted also entered his brain. After a few flashes, Li Ming had come to the vicinity of a military vehicle. In front of Li Ming was a 2-story building. There were many such buildings in the port, all of which were office areas. The port was located in front of the building. Li Ming looked at the time and came to the vicinity of the building again. Many soldiers were patrolling back and forth. Li Ming did not act rashly, and everything was just waiting for the arrival of the ship. A moment later, a ship was slowly approaching on the dark sea in the distance. The lights on the ship could be seen in the port. Many people suddenly walked out of the two-story building, but most of them were wearing military uniforms. Only one person was special, and that person was Owen. Li Ming sensed this information, and with the force of his legs, he jumped up from the spot and came to the roof of the building. There was no light on the roof, it was pitch black, but it had a better view. He took a quick glance and saw that the ship in the distance had approached the port and was about to dock. Someone on the shore was directing and communicating with the ship using communication equipment. After some operations, the ship finally successfully docked. The ship stopped and anchored. The passage connecting to the port slowly opened. A hatch more than 2 meters wide. Many soldiers carried large boxes out of the ship. There was no movement in the crowd where Owen was. These people just watched quietly from a distance and sometimes said something. Fortunately, the distance was not very far, and Li Ming could still capture some information. After a while, more than a dozen boxes had been lifted out and piled up on the open space in the port. At the same time, a special box caught Li Ming's attention, because the other boxes were basically made of wood. Although it was unknown what the goods were, the exterior was roughly the same. This box that just appeared was made of metal and required 2 people to lift it. Even though 6 people were carrying it, they were very careful and walked very slowly, as if the box was heavy. The 6 soldiers carried the box to the light not far in front of the building, before putting it on the ground. At the same time, an officer on the ship and an officer next to Owen were talking to each other. Although he couldn't sense what was in the box, Li Ming had captured accurate information from their conversation. It was this box, no doubt. Chapter 36. Isn't this how you can advance? From the information in their conversation, Li Ming learned that this cargo ship was requisitioned by the military and came from the port of Country Y. The box contained the meteorites collected by Country Y. The officers were handing over the meteorites and other goods. Owen couldn't wait to come to the metal box, and after taking a look, he leaned over to open the metal box. A meteorite the size of a football appeared in front of him. The meteorite was black in color and had no other special features. It was just very large, larger than all the meteorites Li Ming had obtained before. Owen smiled slightly at the meteorite. At this moment, Li Ming on the roof had his eyes shining, as if he had seen some delicious food. After confirming the goods, Owen nodded to an officer beside him with satisfaction. At this moment, Li Ming's figure suddenly flashed, and the next moment, he appeared next to the metal box, holding the meteorite in the box with both hands, and preparing to escape in a flash. The speed of this flash is impossible to capture in the eyes of ordinary humans. The speed has exceeded the reaction of their brains. Even Owen, who is a 3rd level civilization, cannot compare with this speed. Although he can capture the trace, he can't touch it at all. Li Ming was about to take the hand, and he even began to smile excitedly, but suddenly a strange force came, as if someone's hand suddenly placed on Li Ming's shoulder. Li Ming did not dare to hesitate, and quickly and violently broke free from the other party's hand, stood up and was about to leave, and then there was another strange force on his back, as if he was hit by a speeding car, and his body flew out directly. With a muffled bang, Li Ming's body flew dozens of meters away under this strange force, and stopped after crashing into a building. Those officers and troops did not react at all, but they had realized what happened, and quickly picked up their weapons. An officer came to the metal box, and saw that the meteorite inside was gone. "What's going on?" the officer suddenly shouted. "He's here." Owen's eyes were fixed on the location of the damaged building. "Him? Who?" the officer asked, puzzled. Owen did not answer, and walked over there step by step. Hoola, the scattered building debris was pushed away, and Li Ming walked out of the building just now. He looked at Owen from top to bottom with his eyes. Some fragments in his mind quickly piled up and spliced, and a new piece of information appeared. The 4th level power civilization is one of the 3 strongest civilizations in the interstellar universe. In the development of their civilization, physical strength, endurance, and explosive power are the mainstream. All the energy of this civilization lies in the use of the life body, which is the only life among Li Ming's known civilizations that can use the body as an energy storage device. The body of this kind of civilization can store a lot of energy, which has a similar effect to the star pot. After storing to a certain volume, it can form the power of the nebula in the body, which is really powerful. Owen showed a look of surprise and stopped. He used all his strength in the kick just now and hit the opponent's waist vital point. How come he still looks safe and sound? Those soldiers who were ready to move saw Owen stop, and they also stopped, just holding their guns and watching from a distance, not daring to make any rash moves. Damn it, you are also a 4th level civilization, and a power civilization. You can fight better than me. That kick just now was going to kill me, Li Ming said to himself, without moving. His calm face suddenly twitched, and he could no longer hide the pain in his lower back. Ah. Li Ming suddenly looked up to the sky and roared loudly, his voice resounding through the sky like thunder. Owen was slightly startled when he heard this, and his brows frowned. The soldiers around him slowly retreated 2 steps, not knowing what would happen next. It hurt so much. Li Ming suddenly turned around and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Although Owen had been staring at Li Ming, he didn't expect Li Ming to run away directly. Looking at a certain direction, Owen chased after him directly. The 2 people flashed and disappeared on the spot. The soldiers and officers who stayed on the spot were all confused and didn't react for a long time. Although they were both 4th level civilizations, their civilization foundations were different, and their abilities were naturally very different. Owen's speed couldn't keep up with Li Ming's speed, and the distance was getting farther and farther. Although he was powerful in combat, he had no place to use his skills. The different cultural backgrounds between civilizations of the same level also formed a sharp contrast of strength. Just like 2 humans, you are stronger than the other, but you can't run as fast as the other, but you can't do anything about it. After a while, Li Ming completely disappeared in the night sky. Owen wanted to catch up, but it was too late, so he could only slowly distance himself from Li Ming. This feeling of being able to beat, but not catch up made people extremely angry, but it was also helpless. Owen could only give up chasing and watch Li Ming escape. Running at high speed, in addition to the consumption of energy, the body will also have many burdens. Coupled with the pain in the waist, Li Ming finally slowed down, and running turned into walking. Looking back, it was pitch black, and no one followed. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing the yellow sand on the ground. The strange soil under the feet was very soft, just like a desert. Occasionally, there would be pieces of smooth giant rocks around, 3 or 4 meters high and more than 10 meters wide, like pebbles scattered on the ground. I have forgotten where I am. I can see mountains in the distance when I walk through this area, but they are all barren and bare, as if these mountains are made of rocks. After walking for a while, Li Ming has come to a mountain. It is not very clear from a distance. When I get closer, I find that this place is actually made of smooth rocks. The so-called mountains are actually made of rocks. The pain in my waist is unbearable. Li Ming doesn't want to continue on his way. He sits on the ground directly under a rock. He can't sense what kind of trauma his body has suffered. There is no bleeding or wounds, just pain. After resting for a while, Li Ming took out something from his pocket. It was a flat oval, which was the star capsule. Injecting consciousness into the star capsule is like opening your backpack. The things inside are vivid, 3 meteorites and a star. The 3 meteorites were obtained from the no man's land, the U country base and the port just now. The one in the no man's land cannot extract the power of the nebula for the time being. There is a life consciousness called Emma in it. The one from the U country base and the one just obtained have not been seen yet. The piece that had just been obtained was huge in size, which attracted Li Ming's attention. His eyes turned, and he gave a certain command in his mind. He saw the starlight of the star capsule flashing, emitting a beam of light, which was blue and a little dim. The beam scanned back and forth on the ground like a printer, and an object slowly appeared, which was a huge black meteorite. This meteorite was different from the previous ones. It was as black as a piece of coal. If it had not just been taken out in the night sky, it would be difficult to find its existence. Li Ming raised his right hand and gently touched the meteorite with one finger, injecting the energy carrying his consciousness into it through his fingertips. He slowly closed his eyes and felt the breath in the meteorite. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Li Ming was already extra careful this time. After a moment, Li Ming's eyes suddenly opened slowly, looking at the meteorite in front of him with a bit of other thoughts. With 4 nebula powers, I can advance to the 5th order civilization? but there is no way to activate it after the advancement. Li Ming muttered to himself and took out the star capsule again. The starlight shone, and the blue light shone on the ground next to the black meteorite. The light ball scanned back and forth on the ground like a pen writing something, and another meteorite appeared in front of him. This one was relatively small, and the hole was dark red. It was only the size of an egg, and it was the one obtained from the U country base. Li Ming looked at the two meteorites in front of him, and touched his chin. His left hand gently placed on the large black meteorite, and his right hand took the small dark red meteorite in his hand, and then Li Ming closed his eyes again. A muffled sound of bang sounded in Li Ming's mind, and the surrounding environment was instantly switched to the universe and the starry sky. This was the feeling, and Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. However, this time the illusion was somewhat different from the last time. The distant starlight seemed to be a little closer to Li Ming. Although it was in an illusion of the universe, the last time it felt like being in a corner of the universe. It was pitch black nearby, and only the stars in the distance could be seen. It was like Li Ming was abandoned in a dark corner by the universe, and could only look at the shining stars from afar. But this time it was completely different. The starlight seemed to be a little closer to Li Ming. More importantly, a bright object could be clearly seen near Li Ming. With the appearance of these strange phenomena, the nebula was formed. The disc-shaped nebula slowly rotated in the air in front of him, like many bright spots appeared in a cloud. It felt like looking down at a galaxy. Li Ming knew very well that this nebula was the power of the nebula. There were 5 nebulae in front of him, 4 of which were from the large black meteorite, and the other one was from the small dark red meteorite. Not only was the size difference between the two huge, but the power of the nebula contained in them was also so huge. Looking at the nebula power floating in front of him, Li Ming had already made his own decision. He would use the 4 nebula forces to complete the advancement, and then use this single nebula force to activate it. Chapter 37, 5th Level Civilization. In the vast universe, the power of the nebula was rapidly condensing, and slowly drifting towards Li Ming. This time, Li Ming had made sufficient preparations. The liquid like raw eggs entered Li Ming's mouth one by one. This thing was smooth and soft. If it weren't for the previous experience, Li Ming would not dare to accept it easily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was like drinking a beverage, one mouthful at a time. However, as soon as this thing entered the body, a strange feeling spread to the whole body. Li Ming clenched his teeth and didn't know what would happen next. Although the consciousness was still in the illusion, the real body had undergone tremendous changes. The sand and stones around it slowly floated up, like a hydrogen balloon slowly rising into the air. Even the giant rock that was 3 or 4 meters high and more than 10 meters long was no exception. At first, it was only within the range of 5 or 6 meters around Li Ming's body, but this power spread quickly and spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although no abnormality could be seen, the distance of the sand and stones floating was getting farther and farther. Although Li Ming had been mentally prepared before the start, the following situation was beyond Li Ming's expectations. A feeling of expansion filled his whole body, brain, limbs, and even every drop of blood, and every bone in his body. They were all aching because of the expansion force. This pain was like countless small bombs gradually detonating in all parts of the body, one on the foot, one on the arm, one on the chest, and one on the head. It only lasted for a few seconds, and the number and density suddenly increased. 3, 5, without interruption, one after another. Originally, he could still feel the pain generated by a certain point in the body, but gradually it had spread to all parts of the body, and he could even feel the hair and sweat hairs expanding. Along with these pains, the ground centered on Li Ming. Within a range of 4 or 5 kilometers, sand and stones kept flying into the air, and Li Ming's body couldn't help but float up. The entire covered area seemed to have escaped the gravity of the Earth, and it was like a gravity-free planet in space. Unconsciously, these objects have floated to a height of more than 10 meters in the air. Pieces of broken stones are constantly falling off the rock-formed mountain. At this time, the stone mountain is like a piece of bread turning into breadcrumbs and rising into the air. Because the ground is constantly breaking and rising into the air, the surface of the entire area is 2 meters lower than the surrounding area, as if the entire area has been dug 2 meters downward in parallel. In the night sky, from a distance, it seems that a curtain is hanging within a range of 4 or 5 kilometers, all of which are blurred sand and rocks. But for Li Ming, who is in it, this phenomenon is the same as in the illusion. The sand is like stardust, and the rocks are like large celestial bodies. Li Ming closed his eyes tightly. The pain has exceeded the limit of his body's tolerance. Is this the price of civilization advancement? Exclamation mark. A roar resounded through the night sky. Shouting will not reduce the pain, but it can release the body. As the shout was issued, the surrounding space suddenly vibrated violently, and the sand and stones that were originally floating in the air suddenly rotated clockwise around Li Ming's body, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Almost in a moment, a huge vortex appeared. The vortex, with a diameter of 4 kilometers, accompanied by sand, dust, and rocks, rose rapidly as soon as it formed, as if it was going to connect to the clouds. The speed of the vortex continued to accelerate, and more sand and rocks were drawn into it. At the same time, a large number of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Affected by the vortex, the dark clouds also rotated, and sometimes there were lightning and thunder. Once connected to the clouds in the sky, the vortex turned into a tornado, but this was not an ordinary tornado. It could be a tornado column, like a pillar supporting the sky and the earth, because it was thick enough, and the 4-kilometer diameter made it impossible for you to even see its edge. But fortunately, this supergiant tornado was just fixed in place, and did not move anywhere, as if there was a machine in the same place to drive the hurricane. This magnificent and shocking scene, anyone who saw it might have only one thought in their eyes: is it the end of the world? The area where Li Ming was located was remote and desolate, located 100 kilometers southwest of S City, and the nearest place to Li Ming was a small town more than 30 kilometers south. Such a huge celestial phenomenon has attracted attention from all parties within a few minutes of its appearance. Although it was just rotating in place, it caused a huge impact on a large area. Even the weather in S City, which was 100 kilometers away, changed because of it. The originally clear night was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain. The sudden rain caught pedestrians on the road off guard. A taxi driver was waiting for the red light at the intersection. He was surprised by the sudden rain from the sky, because the radio in his car was still playing the weather forecast. The Meteorological Bureau was very optimistic about the weather in the next 2 days. The sun would appear on 3/4 of the country, and the citizens of S City would be able to fully enjoy the warmth brought by the sun. Well, very good. This weather forecast program has never let me down. The taxi driver turned on the car's wipers while speaking. At this time, in the southernmost town, a middle-aged man and a young man were wearing raincoats and sorting the grass on the pasture. The residents of the entire town were basically engaged in animal husbandry. In addition to daily grazing, they also had to reserve grass for the coming winter. However, the sudden heavy rain made the father and son panic, because they had to move as much hay as possible into the shed to avoid more losses. The middle-aged man was moving the hay in a hurry, but the young man stood quietly on a high place not far away, staring straight at the north with a dull look, and his mouth couldn't help but open wide. "Hey, little bastard, now is not the time to be lazy," the middle-aged man scolded with some dissatisfaction, but his hands did not stop at all, and continued to move. "Dad, I think you should come and see it. This is simply too spectacular," the young man shouted as he turned around. The young man was a little excited and had a serious expression, while the middle-aged man immediately put down his work and walked over quickly. Just a glance, the middle-aged man's expression stiffened. "Oh, God," the middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, as soon as he saw the scene in the distance. The super-large tornado continued to affect the natural weather around it, with violent winds and rain, howling. Government agencies and weather forecasts began to pay attention to this strange weather in a timely manner. Many people who were still at home could hear about the tornado through mobile phones, televisions, radio, etc. This is the first tornado in the history of S City, and it is so large. Fortunately, it is far away from the desolate area where no one is. In order to ensure that there are no casualties, the government will send professional troops to check the situation after the wind weakens. According to observation, the wind speed of the tornado reached 170 miles per hour, equivalent to 273 kilometers per hour and 75 meters per second, and the wind force was above level 17, reaching the F4 level in the tornado classification. But after a period of observation, we were surprised to find that this tornado did not produce any movement. Thank God. When everyone focused their attention on this tornado, Li Ming in the center of the hurricane was still struggling in pain. This struggle became more and more powerless. Facing this continuous pain, Li Ming almost exhausted his physical strength, could not feel the energy, and could not feel any ability he had before, as if he had returned to the human world. It was only an hour, but Li Ming felt like a year had passed. He had been tortured by some kind of pain for a year. He no longer had the strength and room to resist, and his whole body completely relaxed in the air. The speed of the tornado began to weaken, and the connection with the sky was slowly disconnected. The originally rotating sand and rocks also slowly stopped. Li Ming's body suddenly fell quickly, as if he was pulled back to the ground by some force. There was a sound of thump, and Li Ming fell into a pile of rubble. There was no movement at all. The rocks in the air also began to fall continuously, as if it was raining stones from the sky. These stones were of different sizes, and kept hitting the ground. At this time, no matter who was in the area, it was extremely dangerous. Although the rocks were falling quickly, the sand and dust were floating around irregularly. With the sudden rise and fall of the strong wind, the smoke and dust were like a huge cotton candy, deforming and moving irregularly in the air. Li Ming slowly opened his eyes, and his expression changed. What's going on? Am I awake? No. Li Ming's body was constantly buried by the falling sand and rocks like a corpse, but Li Ming's consciousness could see this clearly. His consciousness was like a soul, watching everything happening around him, as well as himself lying on the ground. What's going on? My soul is out of my body? That shouldn't be the case. There are no ghosts in this world. Li Ming looked around in panic and confusion, but soon, Li Ming became quiet. Countless fragments in his brain were quickly spliced together, and patterns, pictures, and information were formed one by one. The blurred scene became clear. So that's how it is. In Li Ming's mind, a lot of information was quickly presented, allowing Li Ming to understand the situation in front of him at once. This is the cognition after advancement, just like a door suddenly opened in the brain. Seeing things that you have never seen before, knowing things that you could not understand before. That feeling is like you are still in elementary school, but suddenly you become a junior high school student, and all the simple knowledge in elementary school is understood at once. Magical and wonderful. Li Ming's consciousness has been upgraded and activated, becoming a fifth order civilized life form, but his body cannot withstand the sudden increase in energy, so this situation has occurred. It takes time to recover. As long as a period of time passes, the fifth order energy will flow through the body, and Li Ming's body will recover naturally. This upgrade has increased Li Ming's knowledge invisibly, and it also takes time to slowly digest it, but several important cognitions still caught Li Ming's attention. Chapter 38, Terrifying Cognition. The body cannot be awakened for the time being. It looks like a corpse, but it is actually fine. Li Ming only needs to wait patiently. During this leisure time, Li Ming began to understand the key information he had just obtained. These newly spliced patterns in his mind are like a door to another world. Li Ming's consciousness collided with one of them and actually entered the pattern directly. In this pattern, Li Ming has a god's perspective. Looking at everything that is happening in the pattern, it seems that he has experienced it before. The immersive feeling has a strong sense of reality, which makes Li Ming immersed in it. The first is about the cognition of civilization. In Li Ming's knowledge, he has mastered spiritual civilization. Spiritual civilization is Heres's mother planet civilization. Because Heres was swallowed by Li Ming also mastered this civilization. Li Ming's consciousness floats on a strange planet, as if reading a book. This planet is one of the origin planets of spiritual civilization, Heres's mother planet. Since life was bred by the planet, it has been constantly evolving, changing, and advancing according to the environment and energy provided by the mother planet. This is the process of civilization development, and also the ladder of advancement. In the world of spiritual civilization, there is no language between lives. Their communication depends entirely on the induction of brain waves between brains. The special energy of the mother star is also the reason why their bodies are completely different from humans. They have a basketball-sized head, but no neck. The head is directly on the fleshy body. They have 4 slender arms, each arm is like a tube, thin and long, and the palm has only 3 fingers. Under the fleshy body, they have 8 legs, which is also their life-saving weapon, because among the known civilizations, their movement speed is the fastest. The development of spiritual civilization has created their unique civilization system. These lives have no leaders, no soldiers, no civilians, no army. They are like a collective. Because of the mutual induction of brain waves, they can know all the information of their companions, whether they are angry, sad, or other. What an amazing civilization. Li Ming couldn't help but sigh when he read this. In this civilization, people of the same race have perfectly achieved mutual understanding and mutual understanding. There will be no disagreements and no wars. It is one of the extremely peaceful civilizations. Li Ming is also more concerned about the ability of spiritual civilization. The energy of this civilization is fully used to develop unique spiritual power. It can be said that through powerful brain waves, a series of things can be done, such as interfering with other organisms, manipulating objects, stealing other biological information, etc. This is the same as what Li Ming showed before, seeing through any information and ideas in the human brain. But this is a growth advantage of high-level civilization over low-level civilization. Just like an adult can see a child's mind, not the real ability of spiritual civilization. With the development of spiritual civilization, a series of methods of using spiritual power can be mastered. This method can improve the use and development of spiritual power by this civilization. This is also the law of civilization development. Just like the human beings on Earth have mastered many technologies such as gunpowder and electricity, which are constantly progressing under the nurturing of the mother planet. Spiritual civilization records, improves, enhances and finally collects the methods it has mastered and leaves them to future generations. These things that record methods are called star certification. If Li Ming wants to enhance his spiritual ability, he must have star certification. The detailed information about star certification is not presented in his mind, but this profound thing can only be explored later. At least Li Ming has a preliminary understanding of himself, which is still good. The above cognition about spiritual civilization is only at the entry level. Li Ming has no way to grasp more information. If he wants to obtain more information, he can either obtain it from Harris memory through advancement, or through other channels. At present, he can only understand so much. What makes Li Ming frustrated is that the combat power of spiritual civilization is weak, and there is almost no strong combat ability. It may also be insufficient cognition, but if there is a chance, Li Ming still hopes to learn to obtain a more powerful civilization. Under a calm face, Li Ming's consciousness left the pattern. At this time, there were still a lot of other patterns floating in his mind. Li Ming quickly locked a key pattern and entered his consciousness into it again. As soon as his consciousness came into contact with the information, Li Ming immediately showed a look of surprise because the information in this pattern was exactly about the cognition of civilization advancement. Li Ming explored in the new sea of consciousness, but he didn't know that it was already the next morning in the outside world. The warm sunshine covered the entire mountain range. The dark clouds had long dispersed. The ground after the tornado was full of scars. A helicopter was hovering over the mountain range. At the same time, several fire trucks and ambulances were parked on the edge of the mountain range a few kilometers away. Even some media have already arrived at the scene. A large number of government personnel have gathered in the area and started search and rescue operations. Police dogs, life detectors, and other advanced equipment have all appeared. Medical staff and reporters can only wait at the outer edge. The helicopter in the air is responsible for a rough scan, and the troops on the ground are conducting a detailed search. Although this area is a barren land, such a huge storm cannot rule out the possibility of no life. And Li Ming has already entered a certain pattern with full concentration. The new cognition makes Li Ming's face look ugly. Civilization advancement is far from as simple as Li Ming thought before. Every civilization advancement has the possibility of failure, whether it is low level or high level, and the consequences of failure are extremely serious. To advance civilization, nebula power is a must, but in addition to nebula power, there are two other things that are also very important. The first is star glory. Star glory is a physical energy potion with a complex formula and difficult production. It is a treasure in the eyes of all civilization advances. The function of this thing is to assist the advances in advancement. Because when a civilization advances, a large amount of nebula power is needed, and the nebula power itself contains huge energy. After entering the body, the energy will explode, prompting the advancer to advance, but it will also have a consequence, which is to bring an energy explosion that the body cannot bear, and even cause the nebula to break. Just like an ordinary small pill taken by humans, it is not noticeable in the hand, but after taking it and entering the body, the pill evaporates and spreads in the body, which will be unbearable for the body. This can also explain why Li Ming will experience great pain during the advancement, which can be said to be fatal. Li Ming even thought that the pain was a normal reaction to the advancement at first, and it would be fine if he could get through it, but after having a new understanding, Li Ming's idea has disappeared. It will kill people. Li Ming said tremblingly how terrible ignorance and recklessness are. At the moment, he can only secretly be glad that he has just escaped a disaster and successfully entered the 5th level. It seems that this advancement is really not a simple matter. Fortunately, it is not too late to know now. However, there is not much detailed information about star glory, a medicine that assists in advancement in the mind's knowledge. This requires Li Ming to learn about it through other channels in the future. In addition to star glory, there is another very important thing, that is, star altar. Star altar is made of a special celestial body in the starry universe. The unique ability of this celestial body is also used to assist in advancement, but there is still little information, and Li Ming cannot grasp too much. Although there is not much information about star glory and star altar, at least Li Ming has gained a new understanding that advancement must not be done rashly and must be fully prepared. Pulling his consciousness out of the pattern, Li Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and secretly said to himself, "It turns out to be so terrible. It seems that this advancement is far from as easy as I thought." But Harris said that we need to reach the 7th level civilization to leave the Earth. What about the advancement afterwards? Should we stop here? Or do we need to leave the Earth in advance? Li Ming shook his head again, showing reluctance, but said forcefully, "No, it can't end like this. There must be a way." At this moment, in an office in City S, Carlos and Austin sat opposite each other. Both of them were worried, as if they had encountered some difficulties. Now Congress, the president, and the military have all put the blame on us, asking us to find that kid and take back the meteorite. Austin spread his hands and said helplessly. Carlos was also in a dilemma. He covered his face with his hands. After rubbing his face hard for a few times, Carlos picked up the glasses on the table and put them on again. Then he looked at Austin and said, "Do you think it was wrong for me to send that guy to the port?" Austin shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know, but it seems that it is very disadvantageous to us at the moment. If we can't hand over the person or the meteorite within a week, we will have to bear the consequences." Carlos slowly lowered his head and covered his mouth with his right hand. When he was frowning, his mobile phone suddenly rang. After taking out the phone, Carlos answered the call directly. "What's the matter, Sophie?" "Boss, I suggest watching the news." Carlos hurriedly got up and turned on the TV and switched to the news channel. A reporter was broadcasting the news live in a deserted area. "We are at the scene of the largest disaster in the history of the United States. Just last night, a supergiant tornado appeared in the area behind me with a diameter of 4 kilometers. Yes, you heard it right. The diameter of this tornado reached an appalling 4 kilometers, and the wind speed was very fast, but the strange thing is that it did not move, but just stayed in place. I think this is God's gift, allowing us to see its power. The tornado happened in this deserted area, but unfortunately we found a wounded person. Oh, he was carried here. He will be sent to the hospital. Let's go and see if we can get more information." "Excuse me, how is he now?" Are there any other wounded? I can't see any signs of life. May God bless him. The reporter kept explaining as the shaking picture moved. In the moving picture, the person who was carried to the ambulance flashed through the lens. Although it was just a quick glance, the clear picture appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the network cable TV can be paused. Carlos hurriedly pressed the replay and pause buttons and looked at the picture above carefully. That face was Li Ming. Carlos picked up the phone and said, "Sophie, take someone over to see which hospital it is. Control the scene and don't let anyone touch him. Anyone." "Okay, I'll go right away." Carlos still had an anxious expression on his face, but Austin, who was not far away, did not notice anything unusual. He took 2 steps forward and said, "What's wrong, Carlos?" Carlos shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know if I saw it wrong. The person who was rescued from the tornado scene just now looks very similar to him. I must go and see what's going on." Carlos picked up the coat on the sofa and said, "Come on, Austin, this is very important to us." Austin stood up hurriedly and left the office quickly with Carlos. Chapter 39. I woke up. Although Li Ming's body was not aware of anything and moving, his consciousness was completely clear, and his body was still recovering rapidly. In his conscious state, Li Ming could clearly see that his body was in an ambulance and was being taken to the hospital. At this time, his body was breathing, had a heartbeat, and had all normal life functions. The only thing he didn't have was his own consciousness. He was like a vegetative person, with his consciousness and body completely separated. Part of Li Ming's consciousness was still exploring another pattern in his brain. This pattern didn't have much information, but it was also very important. It was information about the star furnace. The star furnace was an alien technology product that Li Ming obtained in the no man's land. Its known functions were to collect energy and provide shields. Another special function also appeared after the advancement, which was refining. Refining means putting some items into the star furnace and then refining them with the internal function of the star furnace itself. In short, only energy can exist in the star furnace, and no other substances can exist. If other substances are put into it, they will all be converted into energy under its special internal function. This cognitive point is not very useful to Li Ming for the time being, but it also made Li Ming understand one thing, that is, why the star capsule obtained from the no man's land is empty. Most likely, Vance put a large number of items into the star furnace for refining, in order to obtain energy. These are insignificant at the moment. Li Ming has no intention of continuing to explore other cognitive points. He just wants his body to recover quickly. The ambulance transporting Li Ming was speeding on the road. The medical staff in the car had already done a preliminary examination for Li Ming. After this examination, several medical staff shook their heads strangely. Because all of Li Ming's life characteristics were perfect, no other problems could be found. He could only wait until he went to the hospital for a detailed examination. At this time, Sophie, who had already determined the hospital to which the ambulance belonged, was waiting anxiously at the door of the hospital with a large number of people. Carlos and Austin were also on their way. Carlos knew very well that he had to control Li Ming as soon as possible and get ahead of everyone else. This was very critical. The news spread quickly and fermented, and it was possible that other forces were also taking action. A moment later, there was a noise at the hospital entrance. The ambulance had returned. Sophie, the short-haired woman, winked and all the people around her started to act. Sophie had communicated with the hospital before and would not do anything to Li Ming immediately. She needed to wait until the hospital finished the examination before making a decision. But now, someone had to protect Li Ming thoroughly and not let anyone get close. Soon after the ambulance entered the hospital, Carlos's car arrived. Li Ming's body was sent directly to a room inside the hospital for examination. No one else was allowed to enter. Sophie could only wait anxiously at the door with her people. "What's going on?" Carlos, who came, said to Sophie as soon as he entered the corridor. Sophie shook her head slightly and replied, "We just went in. We were the first to come here. We didn't find any military personnel." Carlos breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, "Very good." Not long after, the door inside suddenly opened, and a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat walked out. "Who is the patient's family member?" The middle-aged doctor took off his mask, glanced at Carlos and others, and went directly into the medical room. Carlos paused for a moment, then quickly followed in, took out his ID, showed it to the doctor, and said, "I'm from the CIA. He is one of our prisoners. How is he now?" The male doctor looked calm and said, "We have done all-round examinations. He has several minor skin injuries on his body, and he has a concussion injury on his waist. Other than that, everything is normal and there is no danger to his life. He may be in a coma now. I don't know why he is in a coma, and I don't know when he will wake up. So, he has no problem, right? You can understand it that way." Carlos breathed a sigh of relief, put his ID away again, and said, "Can I take him away now?" "You can do that, but I don't know when he will wake up," the doctor replied. Carlos smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor." Turning to the door, Carlos waved to Sophie and the others and said, "Take him back." Sophie and the others rushed in and pushed Li Ming's body out. Carlos then walked out of the hospital. Li Ming's body was taken back to the underground second floor of the triangular building. This is the most confidential place in the entire institution and a place where important people waiting to be interrogated are detained. After taking the elevator to the underground second floor, there is not much difference between here and the upstairs. There are still many staff members busy. Li Ming was lying on a cot and was taken to a separate room. This room is not big, similar to a prison, but very bright. The walls around are all white bricks. The room is empty. There are no other items except the cot where Li Ming is lying. A black man locked the door outside and glanced at Li Ming, who was still unconscious inside, then turned and left. Sophie stood quietly in the distance and said, "If he wakes up, notify me immediately." "Yes." After looking at the room again, Sophie turned and left. All this was monitored by Li Ming's consciousness. As the advanced energy spread in the body for a long time, the consciousness floating in the air could already feel the recovery of the body. Looking at the body lying quietly on the cart, it suddenly said, "It's almost done, Li Ming. It's time to wake up." The consciousness slowly entered the body like a soul, and finally merged with the body completely. The recovery of consciousness was like connecting a device to a power source. The various functional organizations in the body seemed to have received some orders and turned from stillness to activity. His eyes suddenly opened. There was a bright white light on the roof, and the white reflective walls made the whole hut particularly bright. Li Ming exerted force on his back and sat up. An unprecedented feeling filled his whole body. It was energy, a powerful force, and this force was stronger than ever before. "Ah, my waist hurts so much. I got up too hard just now." Li Ming frowned and said secretly, "But compared with the pain brought by the advancement, this pain can be ignored." Li Ming got up and left the cart. The door of the room was locked from the outside. Standing in front of the door inside the room, he looked through the window on the door. Soon, a black man came into Li Ming's sight. The black man was wearing an ordinary uniform and was walking back and forth in the hall outside, like a security guard. In the middle of the hall outside was a service desk with several staff members sitting inside, who seemed to be busy with something in front of the computer. On the right were two corridors leading to the depths. Opposite were small rooms in the same position as Li Ming, with 5 in a row. The doors of the rooms were closed. The service desk was in the middle of Li Ming and the opposite room. Li Ming's eyes left the black man and turned to the service desk in the middle of the hall. The screens of the computers that the staff were operating suddenly flashed, and all kinds of strange information suddenly appeared. Several staff members were at a loss. The mouse and keyboard were temporarily ineffective. No matter how they operated the screen, various windows and various information continued to appear. "What's going on? There's something wrong with my computer. No, there's something wrong with my computer too." A lot of information quickly entered Li Ming's brain, and then Li Ming's eyes turned and looked at the black man again. At this time, the black man also looked at Li Ming's position, and their eyes met inadvertently. "Hey, he's awake." The black man just said a word, and his body suddenly stiffened and couldn't move. The nerve circuits in his brain began to transmit certain information. The black man's body suddenly lost control, and his lifeless eyes were scattered with a blurred look, as if the whole person was controlled by something. 1 step, 2 steps, the black man walked straight to the room where Li Ming was, and when he was almost in front of the door, he took out the key from his body. "Hey, What are you doing? Who told you to do this? A young man who seemed to be in a higher position in the distance shouted to the black man who was opening the door. The black man inserted the key, as if he didn't hear it, and turned it gently. With a light click, the door was opened. The young man hurriedly trotted a few steps to the front, but the door was already open at this time. Li Ming walked out directly from inside and saw the young man running over at a glance. At the same time, many people turned their eyes to Li Ming. He glanced around, raised his right hand lightly, and then slowly put it down. With this rise and fall, all the people in the hall fell to the ground with a thump. In just a moment, no one was still standing in the entire area within sight. They all fell to the ground, or lay on the table. These people were not dead or fainted, but just fell asleep. It was as if everyone's nerves that controlled sleep were triggered by some force at the same time. Li Ming walked along the hall to a corridor. At the end of the corridor were several elevators. Before Li Ming's figure arrived, the elevator door opened automatically, as if waiting for Li Ming to enter at any time. As soon as his feet stepped into the elevator, the door closed automatically, the number of a certain floor automatically lit up, and the elevator rose quickly. Chapter 40 Let Me Drive. Several staff members were chatting with each other at the elevator, in trance on the 5th floor. The indicator light on the elevator was also showing the floors that the elevator was about to arrive at. 2, -1, 01, 02, 03. I want to take my family to see a movie this weekend. My son has told me many times. Then you really have to take him, otherwise you are not a qualified father. Okay, the elevator is coming. Several men were talking to each other, but the elevator did not stop when it showed 05, but continued to go up. 06, 07, 08. What's the situation? Is the elevator out of order? Let's change to another elevator. These people felt a little strange, and the elevator just stopped at a certain high floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, there was a busy scene in front of them. Everyone seemed to be overwhelmed by the work in their hands. In addition to the voices of talking, there were the sounds of operating computers and making phone calls, as if they had endless work to do. It was because of these people's busyness that no one even noticed Li Ming's appearance. Li Ming walked quickly through this area and went directly into an office. At this time, 3 men and 2 women were discussing something in the office. Hey, man, didn't you knock when you came in? A young man in uniform said as soon as he saw Li Ming at the door. Li Ming closed the door slowly, and everyone was swept by his eyes. He clapped his palms in front of him lightly, as if he was patting the air. This casual and seemingly casual action immediately caused 3 of them to fall to the ground, leaving only Carlos and Austin. Carlos, who was still talking, stopped immediately when he noticed his colleague falling down. He looked at Li Ming with horror. With a stiff expression, he couldn't say a word, and only had his mouth wide open. Li Ming stared at Carlos for a few seconds, then suddenly turned his eyes to Austin. He also looked at him for a few seconds and finally returned to Carlos. When will the remaining meteorites arrive, Mr. Carlos? Li Ming said softly. His voice was not loud, but Carlos could hear it very clearly. His right hand was hurriedly touching something on the table. With a click, the receiver of the landline phone was knocked onto the table. Carlos immediately took it in his hand and quickly pressed a few numbers. What's up, boss? Sophie, send me the details of the meteorite. Okay. Carlos hung up the phone slowly and stood there motionless, while Li Ming turned his eyes to Austin and said, Mr. Austin, I'm very interested in your research. I think you should invite Carlos and me to your home. Austin glanced at Carlos beside him and then said helplessly, it's a great honor. There was a light beep and the computer received an encrypted file. Carlos sat down and prepared to operate the computer, but at this time the computer screen suddenly flashed quickly. Files, pictures, text, and various information flashed by, and it was over in just 1 or 2 seconds. Carlos just watched the changes on the computer screen without any operation. He glanced at Austin beside him, and finally raised his head, staring at Li Ming with wide eyes. The computer screen finally went black and shut down. The information he wanted had been obtained. Li Ming looked at Austin and said, let's go, Mr. Austin. Let's go to the room in your basement. Li Ming turned and walked out. Austin and Carlos did not dare to hesitate at all. They quickly stood up and followed Li Ming out of the office. The moment he walked out of the office, Li Ming's brain was already sorting out the information he had just obtained. First of all, regarding meteorites, according to the information Li Ming collected from the Triangle building, there were 15 meteorites that fell on October 13th. Li Ming had obtained 5, Owen had obtained 2, and there were still 8 meteorites that had not been found. However, the information just obtained from Carlos' computer showed that the work of the U country military and the CIA was not going smoothly. In addition to the 2 that had been delivered, there were only 2 more meteorites that could be found worldwide, and they were on their way to the U country. In terms of quantity, there was indeed a big gap. Why didn't the remaining ones fall? Could it be that those were not nebula fragments, but just ordinary meteorites? Li Ming had no way of knowing this, and the other thing was the information he had just obtained from Austin's brain. Austin was a famous physicist and had been working on researching UFOs and extraterrestrial life. Li Ming even saw from his brain a room that he often went in and out of, which was full of information about this aspect. That's why he planned to go to Austin's house to take a look. After Li Ming left the Triangle building and got into a car with Carlos Austin, a woman was holding a mobile phone at the window of a room on a floor of the high-rise building and said, he appeared. Li Ming, who had just sorted out this information in his mind, was already in Carlos' car. The car entered the street and drove away, with the destination being Austin's residence. Li Ming, a 5th-level civilization, was no longer comparable to the past. The underlying power of spiritual civilization was fermenting in his body. Facing a 2nd-level civilization world like the Earth, Li Ming was already in a dominant position. Li Ming sat in the back seat of the car, while Austin and Carlos sat in the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. Although they didn't say a word during the whole journey, Li Ming grasped every thought in their brains. This ability to sense the other party's brainwave activities and obtain information was extremely useful to Li Ming. I saw some information in your brain that is unfavorable to me. I advise you to give up this idea, otherwise it will be very disadvantageous to you. Li Ming seemed to be issuing some kind of warning, because the 2 people were still hesitating whether to hand Li Ming over to the military and save themselves. Carlos and Austin looked at each other after being seen through by Li Ming, but the next moment, the car suddenly adjusted the speed gear automatically, and the throttle no longer needed Carlos, the driver, to operate, and the steering wheel turned very quickly. Carlos' hands were no longer on the steering wheel and he took them back directly. The car began to drive on its own, as if it had some kind of consciousness. Let me drive, Li Ming said softly in the back seat. Carlos looked back and saw Li Ming sitting in the back calmly. There was no sign of anything under his calm expression, but the vehicle under him seemed to be operated by some force. His consciousness entered the car and controlled all the vehicle's maneuvering functions, as if the car was a part of Li Ming's body. He shuttled quickly in the traffic, as if he was running, with a full range of vision. In this way, the speed and maneuverability of the car became arbitrary, and it was no longer the state of ordinary people driving. For the people sitting in the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat, it was like a roller coaster. Even worse than that. No. My god. It's going to hit. My heart is not good. Can you slow down a little? Oh. Carlos and Austin couldn't help but exclaimed, as if the car was taking advantage of the gap and taking risks. Those scenes that seemed to be about to hit each other kept appearing, but in the end the car easily avoided the danger and passed through. The half-hour drive was already here in a few minutes. When the car stopped at a wide road, Carlos and Austin got out of the car in a hurry. Both of them showed extreme discomfort, and Austin even vomited. Li Ming pushed open the car door and came to a gate. There were 2-meter-high walls on both sides of the gate. Through the fence-like metal gate, you can see a quiet path inside, and there are also various fruit trees and flowers. The buildings in the distance are in full view, and the luxurious appearance is like a palace. The metal gate is controlled by an electronic system. Pressing the doorbell can remotely control the switch, and it can also be opened remotely from the outside with an electronic key. But in Li Ming's opinion, the gates of this kind of electronic system are useless. Li Ming looked back at Carlos and Austin and walked quickly to the gate. Before Li Ming could get close, the metal gate suddenly made a strange sound and opened directly. Chapter 41 Your subordinates betrayed you. Li Ming walked into the courtyard as familiar as his own home. He walked a few steps along the winding stone path in the courtyard and arrived at the main entrance of the house. On a dozen wide steps was a 2-meter wide and 3-meter high gate. This gate was also equipped with an electronic system. As soon as Li Ming stepped on the first step, the gate opened automatically, as if to welcome him. This made Austin, who was still on the stone road in the distance, shake his head repeatedly. Inside the gate was a hall, but not a living room. Various wallpapers and pictures were hung on the walls of this hall, and various handicrafts were placed on the open space in the corner. There was a small door on each side of the hall that continued to lead inside. Li Ming took a few quick steps to the small door and gently pushed it. The small door opened directly, and inside was the living room, sofa, TV, clothes hanger, and a sweeping robot moving back and forth on the ground. Austin and Carlson followed in after a trot. There were 2 more doors and a staircase in the living room. This time, without waiting for Li Ming to do anything, Austin took the lead and walked towards a small door. Entering this small door is a study room. The bookshelves are filled with various books, and various famous paintings are hung on the walls. Austin came to the desk and pressed a button on the desk. Then the floor in the room suddenly made a noise and a door opened. The 2-meter long and wide door led directly to the underground. There was a bright light inside, and the steps and walls on both sides could be clearly seen. This is it. Austin looked at Li Ming and said, and then he was the first to walk towards the cave entrance. Li Ming and Carlos followed closely behind and went down the steps for several meters and came directly to a closed room. This was a corridor-like room, more than 4 meters wide and more than 10 meters long, with several computers and tables and chairs. The most important thing was that the walls on both sides were covered with various hand-painted works. These were not beautiful pictures, but records of various historical events. Some were cut from newspapers or magazines, and some were written by Austin himself, or painted. There was a clear distinction on the wall. Each event had an independent area, and the information was clear and concise, including time, place, photos, and even witnesses' oral accounts. Whether it was the United States or other countries in the world, there were very clear records. Li Ming's eyes were like a scanner, filtering every piece of information and every picture. He walked forward slowly, while looking at them. In fact, humans have been speculating, imagining, researching, and exploring, but so far, we have not been able to actually detect whether there are aliens or alien life. Austin said as he followed behind Li Ming. Li Ming did not respond, and continued to walk slowly along the wall, scanning all the information. As an astronomy enthusiast, Li Ming was proud of his mastery of a lot of information, but compared to Austin, he was really a small witch compared to a big witch. Austin followed Li Ming closely and continued. In these incidents, many people claimed to have seen UFOs, and even aliens. At the same time, they also took various photos of UFOs. Is all this true or false? Do aliens really exist? We have actually been exploring with a skeptical attitude. Li Ming still did not respond, but after taking a few steps, a piece of information on the wall caught Li Ming's attention. This incident mentioned a record of UFOs in the uninhabited area of country C. This record is undoubtedly true, because Li Ming saw Vance, an alien life, in the no man's land. Although he was dead, he also brought Li Ming a lot of benefits. This is why Li Ming came to Austin to check these events, because there may be alien life sites and even some products of advanced alien civilizations in these events. If you can't leave the Earth, it would be great if you can find some useful things from these alien civilization sites. Maybe it will be very helpful to leave the Earth. Li Ming raised his hand lightly, and the documents and patterns about the no man's land record slowly fell off the wall and floated in the air. They only stayed in the air for 1 or 2 seconds. A corner under these papers began to slowly break, turned into powder, and fell to the ground. It was like an object slowly evaporating in front of his eyes. After a few seconds, all the paper documents about this incident became crumbs like flour and scattered on the ground. Austin frowned slightly in confusion and looked back at Carlos. Carlos also shook his head slightly. He didn't understand Li Ming's intention and didn't say a word at the moment. After doing all this, Li Ming continued to walk forward, browsing the information on the walls on both sides. After following Li Ming for a few more steps, Austin said in confusion, You should know that humans have never stopped exploring outer space, including various advanced telescopes, even Mars probes, Jupiter probes, etc. We found that in the solar system, except for the Earth, other planets do not have the necessary environmental conditions for biological survival. Therefore, we believe that humans on Earth are the only intelligent creatures in the solar system. If you want to find aliens, you may have to go outside the solar system. If you and Owen are both aliens. Li Ming suddenly stopped, looked back at Austin, and then said, the necessary environmental conditions for biological survival? That is just the understanding of human civilization. All creatures on Earth need oxygen, but alien life may not need this gas. Li Ming continued to turn around and walk to the end of the room, and then looked at the wall on the other side. The words just now made Austin confused, and even overturned Austin's previous understanding of all life. Li Ming continued, I'm not an alien. I just mastered some alien civilizations. They are constantly acquiring any energy that can benefit them, just like humans 3 meals a day. I can no longer show my human nature, emotions, or desires, or even greed in front of humans. Just like you are standing in front of a group of children, you need to communicate with them in a way they can understand, but you can't have too much patience. But if you show some tricks, you can make these children obey you, help you buy things, help you get things, and you even have to worry about them not doing it well. This is the gap between us. Li Ming continued. These words are not unfamiliar to Carlos and Austin, because Owen has also said similar words. The difference is that Owen compares humans to animals, but the meaning is basically the same. That is, the huge gap between humans and alien civilizations. Carlos shook his head slightly, somewhat unwilling to accept this reality, but any ability displayed by Li Ming was inexplicable to humans. He kept looking Li Ming up and down, and finally said, I think that you can tell us these things, which is enough to show your human nature, at least respect, but the biggest problem now is how we should deal with these crises, such as Owen. Li Ming's eyes never left the various information on the wall, and he had unconsciously recorded all the information. It was not difficult to record so much information quickly, but Li Ming needed to analyze it while recording, because the information about alien life was not completely true. With the information base of the brain's acquired knowledge, it is not difficult to accurately judge the truth of the information, and it is even more important. Li Ming seemed not to hear what Carlos said just now. After reading the information, he walked down the stairs and left the underground room. Hey, wait. Carlos shouted and ran after Li Ming to the study room above. Please listen to me. I know that in your eyes we may be some immature children, or even animals, but we are eager to survive, and we don't want to be destroyed. You are also a human being, and you will at least understand our feelings a little bit, so I beg you to help us. Carlos said with an extremely sincere tone. Li Ming's footsteps stopped and looked at Carlos seriously. From his brain, Li Ming could see the other party's true thoughts, which were exactly the same as what the other party said. Li Ming did not respond, and turned to the door. You can't just walk away like this. After all, the Earth is your home planet. Are you going to let it be destroyed like this? Even if you don't help us, at least, you have to tell us what to do. Please, please? Carlos opened his mouth slightly, and his confused eyes showed the fear in the dark night sky. He hoped to get light, even a little bit. Li Ming stopped at the door, turned around and looked at the two people, and said, Carlos, if it is possible, I'm happy to help you, but it depends on you. I have told you more than once that stopping contact with alien civilizations is the best way. And, Austin needs to go with me. I need to spend some time to understand the deeper things in his brain. Carlos immediately showed a happy expression, as if Li Ming's words were a promise to help him, but just when he was about to say something else, his phone rang, and he took out his phone and answered it directly. What's the matter, Sophie? The military will be there soon. Hand that person over to the military. This is the only way to save you. Sorry, Carlos, I have no choice. Sophie, you shouldn't do this. Things may be more complicated than you think. You will only hurt us. Time is running out, Carlos. The country needs us, and we also need this country. Carlos was about to say something else, but the other party had hung up the phone. At this time, a hurried voice came from outside, and Carlos couldn't help but look out the window. helicopters, special forces, and even tanks. Li Ming sensed the situation outside, but he was still calm and said, "It seems that your subordinates betrayed you." Li Ming opened the door and walked into the living room while continuing, "They want me. It has nothing to do with you. Sophie is right, Carlos. You need to protect yourself because you need your current position. Do as I say. I will take Austin out the back door." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Thank you for the information you brought. At the front door of the house, Carlos walked out backwards with his hands on his head. An officer in military uniform quickly stepped forward and pulled Carlos to the front of him. "Where is he?" Carlos did not respond, but pointed to the room behind him. The officer then waved his hand, and more than a dozen special forces soldiers rushed in with guns raised. At the back door of the house, Li Ming and Austin walked out of the door, but the gate and the outside of the backyard were full of soldiers, who pointed their weapons at Li Ming. The helicopter in the sky also quickly noticed this situation. A soldier on the helicopter immediately said, "The target was found at the back door, sir." Seeing this scene, Austin subconsciously raised his hands and stood still. "Stand still. Hold your head with both hands," one of the soldiers shouted, but Li Ming ignored him and grabbed Austin beside him, saying, "Follow me. I told you to stop." "Stop. Fire." Li Ming continued to walk towards the backyard gate. Suddenly, there was a sound of crackling, and bullets landed 1 meter away from Li Ming's body. After a round of bullets, Li Ming continued to move forward without any damage. The soldiers were stunned. The soldiers on the helicopter hurriedly continued to report, "There has been an exchange of fire on the ground." "Oh. God. Sir, all attacks are ineffective." Li Ming waved his hand lightly, and the soldiers who were about to change the magazines fell to the ground without any movement. At this time, Li Ming raised his head and looked at the helicopter in the air. "Fly to the opposite side of him and stop him." The soldier on the helicopter picked up a shoulder-fired rocket launcher, but the helicopter did not move in the direction he said. The soldier said anxiously, "Hey, what are you doing?" Turning his head, he saw that the driver was struggling to operate the joystick in his hand, and said in horror, "No, it's out of control. It's out of my control." Li Ming took Austin to the outside of the gate. The helicopter above was slowly landing. Austin looked at the soldier who fell to the ground and couldn't help saying, "Where are we going?" Li Ming ignored him. At this time, the soldier on the helicopter suddenly blacked out and fell directly to the ground. The helicopter had slowly landed in front of Li Ming. Although the driver was still operating hard, the helicopter did not respond. Li Ming pulled Austin into the helicopter, and the driver in front of him fainted. The helicopter took off again under the control of Li Ming's consciousness, but 2 tanks were coming from the front of the house. The barrels turned and raised quickly, and they were aimed at the helicopter that Li Ming was riding. Bang, bang. 2 shells were fired almost at the same time, and the sound of the shells exploding was heard, as if the whole sky was set on fire, and the shockwave and flames spread quickly. The shells did not hit the helicopter, but exploded a few meters away from the outer edge of the helicopter. At the same time, at the moment of the explosion, the shockwave and flames did not continue to spread everywhere but recondensed and quickly disappeared. The whole process was like an explosion scene that was played halfway and suddenly played in reverse. All the energy generated by the explosions had been absorbed by the star furnace on Li Ming's body, and the helicopter continued to take off without being affected at all, and flew quickly into the distance. After reaching a certain height, the soldiers in the tank couldn't believe what they saw, and said in horror, "My God, what kind of monster is this?" Looking at the helicopter flying away, the officer said to a certain device, "The target hijacked a military helicopter and flew to S City. Please intercept it." Received. An Air Force base closest to S City began an emergency combat mechanism. A large number of helicopters took off, and even 2 fighter jets were dispatched, and all the soldiers and logistics staff began to get busy. At the same time, the high-level conference room in the capital of the United States was already full of people. The Ministry of Defense, the President, and other senior officials gathered together. The president, who was sitting at the head of the group, glanced at the people around him and said, "Can anyone tell me what's going on now?" Hayes? The president's eyes stayed on a man on his left hand. The man named Hayes glanced at the uniformed personnel opposite him, then picked up a few documents from the table and said, "I don't know much, but the military has already dispatched fighter jets. I think General Holder should know more details." "Yes, I just received a call more than 10 minutes ago. An alien hijacked a military helicopter and a hostage, and is flying to the international airport in City S. He may want to escape, or have other purposes. I have ordered the nearby Air Force to dispatch 2 fighter jets to keep an eye on him." General Holder, who was wearing a military uniform, said. The president nodded and looked at Holder, saying, "Aren't we cooperating with an alien? Why not let them communicate or negotiate? I don't think we should take sides, because what I got from Carlos is very different from what you said before. Their wisdom, means, and even ability are beyond our imagination." In Carlos' previous report, I also received a document from the A country garrison. He easily took what he wanted in a base with 4,000 U country troops. "I don't know what this means," the president continued. Hayes glanced at the document in his hand and said, "General Holder and Herman are both the main persons in charge of this matter. I don't know what agreement Herman and Owen reached, but this agreement has caused panic among the U country people. Dozens of cities are erupting in demonstrations. They have the right to know the truth. And I support the president's view. We should not take sides between the 2 aliens, and we should not protect Owen, because once our choice is wrong, the consequences may be disastrous." At this time, everyone looked at Holder, as if hoping to get the answer from him. Holder said calmly, "Hayes, I think what you said just now is a bit absurd. When Owen first approached the military, I had already reported this matter. The parliament fully agreed with the plan led by Herman. We can't give up, just because another guy like this appears. We should be firm in our views. Moreover, aliens are not gods. As long as there is a need, we can destroy him at any time." "Do you mean to destroy him?" the president asked. Holder's expression became stern, and he said, "Herman and Owen had a very smooth conversation, and they have signed a cooperation document. Owen's ability is beyond doubt. I think he needs to cooperate with us on Earth, and we also need his ability in other fields. If the guy who appeared later causes us trouble, I think he should be destroyed. The 2 recent meteorites are about to arrive in the U country. Our cooperation with Owen has almost begun." Holder said, "Well, I hope there will be a good result. I approve the destruction of the new guy, but we can't alarm the people. You need to find a good time. I have other things to deal with. Let's end the meeting here first," the president said and got up and left. At the same time, Li Ming was already in the sky above S City with the helicopter under his control. 3 other helicopters were following behind him. The appearance of this scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. A large number of citizens looked up at the helicopter in the sky and began to discuss it. In the higher altitude, 2 fighter planes were also flying. The pilots locked onto Li Ming's helicopter from a distance. However, the headquarters on the ground sent a new message. The mission was to destroy that guy, but to avoid urban areas and areas where people gathered. Received. The fighter planes flew over the sky without launching any attacks, but Li Ming's position was under the control of the military. For the curious people on the ground, all major media outlets were reporting on it, and official personnel explained the incident. "Please don't panic, citizens of S City. This is just a routine military exercise by the military. This is our U country's troops and the guardian of our safety." Hearing this broadcast had a great psychological comforting effect on the people, and indirectly avoided a wider range of panic and unrest. Some citizens even waved their arms at the sky, but not all people believed the government's rhetoric, and many people still had a hesitant attitude. Austin was sitting on pins and needles in the helicopter. The helicopter was flying without a pilot. There were 3 military helicopters and fighter planes following behind. He was afraid of being shot down and dying at any time. "What can I do to help you? Or what are you going to do? Where are we going?" Austin asked anxiously. Li Ming didn't care about the chasing planes around him. He looked calm and said, "There is a lot of important information deep in your brain. I need time to understand these things that you can't remember. Just stay by my side quietly." Don't worry, you will be safe. Li Ming continued to speak, and the helicopter had already approached the international airport of City S. After circling in the sky for a while, the helicopter slowly landed on an open space. Li Ming glanced at Austin beside him, smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you for your information, Dr. Austin." Austin looked at Li Ming with a confused look on his face. He obviously did nothing. Chapter 43, Something More Important Than a Meteorite. From the depths of Austin's brain, Li Ming discovered an extremely important piece of information, which was even more important than the 2 meteorites that were about to arrive in the U country. This also made Li Ming temporarily give up the fight for the 2 meteorites and turn his target to a new place. Although advancing to the level of civilization is very important, after understanding the harsh conditions for advancement, Li Ming realized that even with the power of the nebula, advancement is life-threatening. He was lucky to successfully advance to the 5th level, but it also caused his body to fall into a coma and almost break. This kind of risk cannot be attempted lightly, and sufficient preparation is necessary. Star Glory and Star Altar are both key items. It is impossible to find these 2 things on Earth, so leaving the Earth becomes more important. Li Ming still has some knowledge about leaving the Earth and entering the planets and space outside the Earth. Harris said that he could only leave when he reached the 7th level civilization, which meant that the 7th level civilization level was already the limit of the Earth's tolerance. Continuing to stay on Earth would lead to the destruction of the Earth and himself, so this level must leave the Earth. In fact, the 4th level is enough to meet the requirements of leaving the Earth. The energy of the 4th level civilization body can lock the flesh and protect it from the invasion of space, such as the lack of oxygen, water and other factors. As the level increases, Li Ming has mastered these cognitions. It can be said that, as long as you have a flying device that can fly in space, you can leave the Earth without being restricted by space. Li Ming has already prepared a spaceship, which is a small flying saucer in the no man's land. It is just that, whether it can be used, is still a question. In addition, Li Ming must make more preparations for things after leaving the Earth. The most direct question is where to go after leaving the Earth. Originally, this was a tricky problem, but from Austin's basement and his mind, Li Ming found some clues that can be traced. This clue is located in a primeval forest area in a country, and Li Ming must get there first. The helicopter landed at the airport. Li Ming got off the helicopter and looked around the airport. A certain passenger plane entered Li Ming's sight. With just one sense, the fuel level and fuselage status of the passenger plane appeared in his mind. Li Ming thought about walking over directly, but the helicopter that had just landed also attracted the attention of the airport staff. Many people and even the airport police had been dispatched, and the helicopters that followed Li Ming had already arrived. Originally, Li Ming was driving a military helicopter. When 3 or 4 military helicopters appeared later, the airport staff and police were stunned and didn't even know what was going on. The helicopter flying in the sky didn't care about the people below, and its eyes were directly fixed on Li Ming's whereabouts. An officer looked at Li Ming on the helicopter and picked up a device in his hand and said, "Call headquarters." We followed him to the airport, and he walked towards a civil airliner. "Keep observing." Yes, the airliner was waiting to take off. There were no passengers or pilots on the plane. It had just been maintained. Li Ming looked at the plane with satisfaction. With a flash of consciousness, the front door of the plane opened directly. This door led to the cockpit. He stood up and jumped into the door, but several policemen in the distance pulled out their guns and ran over here while calling something with the intercom equipment. Li Ming didn't care. The cabin door closed automatically, and all the functions of the aircraft started to operate. Under the control of Li Ming's consciousness, the aircraft began to operate and entered the runway. At the airport, the takeoff and landing of each aircraft must be dispatched and erected by the tower staff so as to maintain order and avoid accidents. However, in Li Ming's opinion, this work no longer requires tower personnel, and Li Ming can do it independently. The communication of the aircraft preparing to land was intercepted by Li Ming and changed to delayed landing. The aircraft preparing to take off stopped starting to make way for Li Ming's aircraft. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner under Li Ming's consciousness. The officer in the helicopter in the distance saw all this and immediately reported again. He hijacked a plane and was about to take off. It is not clear whether there is anyone on the plane. Received. At this time, a certain Air Force base quickly contacted the civil aviation to determine the model of the hijacked aircraft and the situation inside the aircraft. Fighters at high altitude were still hovering on standby, and a new order had come. The target hijacked a civil aviation flight UE-95XX and is preparing to take off. The ground radar will help you lock it and be ready to shoot it down at any time. Received. The pilot replied directly after receiving the order. At this time, the various switches in the cockpit of the plane that Li Ming was riding were operating automatically in an orderly manner. Those that needed to be opened were opened automatically, those that needed to be closed were closed directly, and those that needed to be adjusted were automatically adjusted. The plane was already driving fast along the runway and successfully took off. The conscious operation of the plane was more professional and simple than the pilot. The plane became a part of Li Ming's body invisibly, just like a soldier is familiar with his guns, and those operations will be completed automatically in a subconscious form. Flying into the sky, leaving S City, flying towards Z country, but the two fighter planes behind also followed and locked Li Ming's plane. After a moment, the plane flew away from the land of U country and entered the sea. The fighter pilot behind him seemed to realize that the time had come. The target has entered the sea area. Request to shoot. Free fire. The pilot gently pressed his right hand, and a missile flew out. At the same time, another fighter plane was also fired. The two air-to-air missiles passed through the air quickly like sharp swords. Firing completed. Hit the target in 10 seconds. As the missile flew, a light spot on the radar was rapidly approaching a red dot, and the time was counting down second by second. 10, 9, 8, 7. A few seconds later, the missile had arrived behind the passenger plane piloted by Li Ming. Li Ming's strong consciousness naturally noticed something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The two missiles were about to hit the plane, but suddenly turned around and avoided Li Ming's plane. At this time, the pilot of the fighter plane behind him looked at the radar on the plane with an incredible expression and said, "The missile deviated from the target. Request to shoot again." But just after saying this, the missile just now turned around and flew back, heading straight for the two fighter planes. The pilot looked at the radar with a questioning expression on his face, and what was even more horrifying was that the speed of the missile returning was twice as fast as the speed of the attack just now. At this moment, the pilot's eyes just left the radar and turned to the front, and he actually saw the missile flying. Oh my god, oh no. This scene was also happening on the ground radar at the same time, and the ground immediately responded. What's the situation? Please answer. Boom. Two huge explosions were heard, and two flashing lights suddenly went out on the radar of a certain Air Force base. A general frowned as he looked at the radar, and at the same time, a person next to him whispered, "The missiles we launched destroyed our own fighter planes." The general's face suddenly became gloomy, and he could hardly believe what he saw. The two fighter planes following Li Ming turned into fragments in the explosion and fell into the sea bit by bit, while Li Ming's plane continued to fly steadily, aiming at X city and E country. It still takes more than 10 hours to fly from U country to E in the next few hours of flight. The plane driven by Li Ming was not followed by any fighter planes, and it completely flew out of the territorial waters and airspace of U country. At the same time, in front of a room in the presidential palace in the capital of U country, Carlos was walking back and forth, waiting anxiously. After a moment, the door opened, and a uniformed woman said, "Mr. Carlos, the president invites you." Carlos hurried into the room. The whole room was empty. Only the president was holding the phone, and slowly hung up. His face was extremely ugly. 4 hours ago, that guy hijacked a passenger plane. The Air Force sent two fighters to intercept, but the missiles launched destroyed his own fighter. I just finished talking to Holder on the phone. The president's face showed unprecedented frustration and said again, "Sit down, Carlos. I think we should stop all activities related to them." Carlos nodded and continued, "Stop cooperating with Owen, and stop stopping their behavior. If we get involved, it will bring us unpredictable consequences. Not only us, I think we should inform the whole world." to stay away from them as much as possible. Do you think we can avoid disasters by doing nothing? Or that they will not threaten us? The president asked with some doubt. Carlos hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Speak. I asked you to come here to solve the problem better. We need to face this problem in the right way, the president said. Carlos was still hesitant, and after a moment, he said, "Excuse me, Mr. President, according to Austin's research, although he and Owen are both alien life, he is different. He is immune to all our current weapons, even nuclear weapons, and it is no exaggeration to say, he can easily enter your mansion and kill everyone here, as easily as we crush an ant. But he didn't do that. He didn't even want to do that. I think the 2 planes of the Air Force this time are just a warning. If we continue to take extreme actions and anger him, I don't know what will happen next." Carlos continued. The president showed a shocked expression, but did not question Carlos's statement. Carlos continued, "I think we should inform other countries immediately not to approach him or do anything rude to him. Also, the 2 meteorites that are about to arrive should not be delivered to Owen. He is different from Owen. To be exact, they may not belong to the same planet, but they are both alien life forms. The ownership of the meteorites should not be decided by us, but by them. I have had several contacts with him, and his nature is still human." Carlos continued, "You can notify other countries. I need to discuss this matter with Holder again, because we may be in a difficult situation now. It is not so easy to get rid of Owen," the president said with some concern. "Okay, I'll go right away." Carlos got up and left the room. Chapter 44, Secrets from 100 Years Ago. A few hours later, Li Ming was sitting in the cabin of the plane. At this time, he had entered the airspace of E country and was very close to his destination, E country X city. Li Ming looked out the window at the sky outside. The sky was blue with white clouds and the weather was great. But after looking for a while, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Although he didn't see anything, he had sensed something unusual in his frown. The 2 E country fighters were getting closer and closer to Li Ming's plane. The pilot of one of the fighters watched the movement of Li Ming's plane on the radar and said, "Goshawk number 1 has locked the target. Please give instructions. Goshawk number 1, please keep locked. Goshawk number 2 is approaching for reconnaissance. Goshawk number 2 received." Another fighter turned sideways and accelerated to chase after it. After catching up with the plane, driven by Li Ming, the fighter slowed down. The pilot turned his head and looked over. This sight made the pilot shrink his body and continued to look a few more times. The cockpit of the passenger plane was empty, as if it was an unmanned aircraft. Goshawk 2nd has completed its reconnaissance. There is no pilot on the plane. There is no pilot on the plane. What? Please repeat. The pilot of Goshawk 2nd then continued to reply affirmatively. This plane has no pilot. Over. At this time, in an Air Force base on the ground, an officer showed an incredible expression, and his eyes were full of fear. He said, "According to the information provided by you country, it is best not to provoke him. Order the fighter planes to continue to accompany him, but never attack. Wait for orders." The soldier in charge of dispatching and commanding immediately said, "Keep accompanying, no attack." Received. After answering, the pilot slowed down the flight speed and kept a distance from Li Ming's plane. Li Ming in the cabin had already mastered this information. Since the other party would not attack him, Li Ming did not need to expend energy to deal with them. At the moment, he just sensed the movement of the 2 fighter planes. After another few hours of flying, Li Ming's plane finally arrived at its destination, the northwesternmost city of E country, City X. The runway at the airport was completely cleared, as if it was just to welcome Li Ming's landing. Country E attached great importance to this matter, because Country U had already informed them of the dangers of Li Ming's flight. All the staff at the airport tower stared at the radar on the screen, until the roaring sound in the sky got closer and closer, and everyone was on edge. At this time, the plane driven by Li Ming entered one of the runways and began to taxi and land. From the moment the plane touched the ground to the moment it completely stopped, everyone who was watching held their breath, because they got a piece of information. This was an unmanned passenger plane. The plane landed perfectly, more accurately than some high-tech pilots. Everyone looked at the plane, as if waiting for something. After a while, the door of the cabin slowly opened, but the entire cabin was empty. Some policemen who had been prepared for a long time slowly approached. Just as they approached, whoosh, it seemed that there was a strong wind rushing past them. But he couldn't see anything. After several policemen observed the cabin door, one of them said to a call device, "It's normal outside. We need to enter the cabin to check." Received. Try not to use weapons. Not far away, an aircraft passenger ladder slowly drove over. After docking the gangway at the cabin door, several policemen began to walk slowly along the steps to the cabin door. Their shaking arms were tense at any time. At this time, Li Ming was already in the northern area far outside the airport. Continuing to the north was a huge primeval forest, which was Li Ming's target this time. Adabosi. Coniferous trees are the main plants in this forest. In addition, there are birch and poplar trees. It can be said that the vegetation is lush, and there are also various wild animals. Li Ming came here for only one purpose, which is about the Sgotong explosion. More than 100 years ago, Li Ming had known about this incident before he had alien civilization, but he knew very little about it. After reading Austin's Basement, Li Ming had a new view of this incident, and also deeply understood Austin's research content on this incident from the depths of Austin's mind. At dawn on June 30, 190X, the people in the Alabusis Gutong area were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and there was a huge noise in the wind. After the wind stopped, there was a moment of silence, and an abnormal sound came from afar. People were awakened by this abnormal sound. At 7:43, an explosion sounded. A burning monster, dragging a long fireworks tail, crossed the sky from south to north, and disappeared beyond the horizon. A huge flame rose from the horizon. More than a minute later, people heard the clear roar that seemed to come from afar again, and the earth began to tremble. After that, people felt 3 strong explosions. In the days after the explosion, the sky within a radius of 9,000 miles in the Gutong area was shrouded in a gloomy orange-yellow color. The phenomenon of white nights appeared continuously in large areas. At that time, it was estimated that the explosion power was equivalent to 20 million tons of explosives, and more than 80 million trees in an area of 2,150 square kilometers were burned and fell. The explosion was extremely powerful and mysterious, which caused people to constantly put forward hypotheses. The main explanations included meteorite impact, nuclear explosion, spacecraft crash, black hole impact, etc. However, according to the knowledge in Li Ming's mind, nuclear explosion was ruled out first. After all, the first use of nuclear weapons by humans was in 194X, and this explosion from 190X was 40 years away from the birth of nuclear weapons. Then the meteorite impact and spacecraft crash became reliable. These two statements were also obtained by Li Ming through his own civilization level and his understanding of the human beings on Earth. No matter which of the two, it is very important to Li Ming. Although more than 100 years have passed, Li Ming believes that under the effect of this power, even if it is a nebula fragment, it will be destroyed together with the consciousness and the power of the nebula. If it is not a nebula fragment, it may be a spacecraft of alien civilization. Another possibility is that it was an ordinary meteorite impact, but this statement was directly denied in Li Ming's mind, because Austin's research showed that in the decades after the explosion, scientific teams continued to enter the explosion area for research. They found radioactive anomalies in tree rings, some animals showed genetic mutations, and even found some suspicious fragments, but they did not find any information about meteorites, not even a meteorite fragment. It is conceivable that, if it is really a meteorite, how could it not be found? All the answers to the puzzles are approaching one fact, that is, the impact of a spacecraft. Li Ming's figure flashed quickly in the dense forest, and sometimes there was a sound of dry branches breaking under his feet, or a squeak in the snow, but Li Ming disappeared with just a slight sound, and he appeared 100 meters away again. The super fast speed allowed Li Ming to quickly enter the explosion area of that year, but the trees that had been destroyed had grown new plants. After more than 100 years, the environment is no longer what it used to be. Nature slowly erased this wound with time, and a brand new forestry appeared. This is a paradise for animals. Whether it is large animals or small animals, Li Ming can clearly sense it along the way. Unknowingly, noon turned into afternoon, and the sunlight was gradually weakening. There were only 1 or 2 hours before dark. Li Ming glanced to the west and knew that time was running out. If he waited until night, it would be even more difficult to find it. At this time, Li Ming was already in a huge depression, with all kinds of weeds, snow piles, and trees everywhere. But after a careful look, Li Ming found that this depression was not simple. It was like a huge plate, 200 meters long and wide, and the center was deeper. This is. Li Ming took a deep breath from between his teeth and looked at the center of this huge depression in confusion. In the center was an irregular piece of land, more than 10 meters long and wide. Although it looked fertile, there was no grass at all. This phenomenon was very strange, because in the area within sight, the entire depression has been covered with plants, and even some grass can grow in some cracks in the rocks. Why is there no plant in the middle of the land? With this curiosity, Li Ming came to the front in 2 flashes. As soon as he arrived here, Li Ming suddenly frowned. This area can actually sense energy. The energy is very weak, as if it is falling from the top of the head, just like the fog in the winter morning, very thin, and it is constantly diluted with the air. What is this energy? Li Ming said to himself in confusion, but he couldn't help but raise his head, because the energy was falling from the top of his head. Looking at the sky above his head, it was almost dusk, and he could even see the shining stars, and there was nothing else. Although the sun had not completely set, the sky was already a beautiful picture, with many stars flashing and extremely bright. Li Ming couldn't help but raise his hand. And just like this, the fingers suddenly lit up, as if sensing something, and then, a startling object appeared in front of him. Chapter 45 from Mars. The white light on Li Ming's finger was like a rolling white wave, constantly dispersing into the sky, as if it was passing along the surface of some giant object, or like a flash of light on a mirror. This is. Li Ming opened his mouth wide and looked up. There was a huge object above his head. It was suspended in the air 2 meters above the ground. It was dark and shiny, and cone-shaped. The difference was that its surface was not a smooth plane, but a prism, like a diamond. It was only revealed after Li Ming's energy sensing. Li Ming, who was originally under the object, took a few steps back and took a closer look. Only then did he discover something. This object was similar to some kind of spaceship. The surface was already in tatters, with many gaps. Most of the parallel edges had fallen off, revealing the structure inside the hull. Although it had experienced 100 years of wind and frost on the Earth, it was still magnificent and fascinating. It seems that this is a reason for the explosion more than 100 years ago. Li Ming looked at the alien spaceship and couldn't help but sigh. It was already night, and the whole forest was plunged into darkness. The spaceship in front of him was not obvious in the night. After Li Ming looked back and forth on the surface of the hull, he found a hole. The hole was located on the top of the spaceship, where the surface of the hull was severely damaged, as if a large piece had been bitten off by someone. The serious defect exposed the passage inside the hull to the outside. Li Ming saw the position and jumped over. The hole was a long corridor. As soon as Li Ming stood at the entrance of the corridor, he felt the whole spaceship tremble slightly, but Li Ming didn't know that the moment he entered, a light wave similar to an electric current flashed from the top of the spaceship along the surface of the hull. In just 1 second, the entire spaceship disappeared on the spot. From the perspective of ordinary people, it seems that there is no spaceship here. There are still only trees, weeds, wilderness, and silence. Li Ming, who was inside the ship, walked along the corridor. Although there was no light inside the spaceship, all objects were visible. It felt like all objects could emit light by themselves, which was completely different from human perspective. Human vision depends on the reflection of light. Without light, the eyes cannot capture things. This spaceship does not need light. Every place automatically transmits information to the eyes, so it can see very clearly. The walls of the corridor were all black and damaged to varying degrees. There were either holes or something hanging from the top, like ropes, but also like some kind of linear object. Li Ming walked a few steps slowly inside and suddenly stopped. A strange scene appeared. The center of the spaceship was empty, like a well. 7 or 8 meters wide, and about 5 or 6 meters vertically downward. It was like a bucket was installed in the spaceship, but the circular inner ring wall was damaged. There was only a small cylinder 2 meters high and more than 1 meter in diameter in the center of the circular space. The object was white, like a light tube, and there were several irregular holes on the surface. Looking at other places, most of them are the same as the corridor that Li Ming just passed, with broken holes everywhere. At this time, the only thing that attracted Li Ming was the white column in the center of the circular space. Li Ming moved and jumped down from the corridor. As soon as he reached the bottom, he immediately had a strange feeling, as if he had entered another space. An inexplicable heavy feeling filled the space around him, as if he suddenly jumped into a river, and the movement of his body was affected. What's going on? Li Ming muttered to himself secretly, completely puzzled, but after walking a few steps, there was nothing unusual. Li Ming was slightly relieved, and continued to walk 2 steps. Li Ming came to the front of the white column. Looking from the broken hole above, it was actually empty inside, but he could feel a stream of energy slowly overflowing from it. Although it was strange, Li Ming did not move rashly, but walked slowly around the column. 100 years have passed, and it is really strange that there is still energy overflowing from it. Li Ming walked around the object, but did not notice anything. If he wanted to know what was going on inside, he could only explore it through the broken hole. Li Ming took 2 steps forward again and slowly stretched his right hand into one of the holes. As soon as his arm entered the space inside, he felt a dry touch, and it was soft. Li Ming leaned his head over and looked inside through the hole, and his face changed. There was a corpse half sitting and half lying at the bottom of the hole. The corpse was short, less than 1 meter tall, with a head like a dripping water droplet, and a body similar to the human body. Li Ming's fingers touched the other person's feet. There was a wound on his chest, as if some sharp weapon had cut his chest open, and energy was flowing out from this wound bit by bit. Li Ming looked intently, and there was a bright spot deep in the wound, like a bright gem in the dark night sky. Li Ming continued to stretch his hand a little further inside, and his palm was close to the wound area. At this time, the white light on the palm of his hand was slightly lit, which was the energy carrying consciousness. The shining object deep in the wound suddenly shook and floated out from inside and stopped just above Li Ming's palm. Li Ming then grasped it and took the thing in his hand. He pulled his arm out of the hole again. This is when Li Ming put the thing he just got in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. After observing for a moment, Li Ming couldn't help but frown. This thing was just a fragment, 1 centimeter thick, the size of a palm, and irregular in shape, like one of the pieces of a broken plate. The surface was crystal clear, like transparent glass. It didn't have the mysterious atmosphere of a star capsule, nor did it have the nebula flowing on the surface of a star furnace. It looked very ordinary, and I didn't know what it was used for. Moreover, no information about this thing appeared in Li Ming's mind. From the experience of obtaining items such as star capsules, as long as the object touched Li Ming, the relevant information of the object would naturally emerge in his mind, but this object did not. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that her memory does not exist at all. The second is that this is just an ordinary item. But no matter what, why did it appear in the belly of this alien life? Unable to figure it out, Li Ming did not think about it anymore, and directly put it into the star capsule. Li Ming looked around the cylinder again and carefully observed it from each hole. There was indeed nothing else, except the unknown fragment just now, and there was no valuable information. Li Ming was dazed for a few seconds, and his eyes swept to other places again. When he saw the center of the top, Li Ming's eyes suddenly stopped. There was a smooth area on the top that was similar to a mirror. The hole was not big, round, and the diameter was only a dozen centimeters. It was like a round mirror, but there were many cracks on it. This object looked ordinary and there was not much eye-catching, but compared with other damaged parts, it was still somewhat unique. Curious, Li Ming jumped up and rushed to the top. At the same time, Li Ming stretched out his right hand again, wanting to go to the top to see what was going on. As he stretched out his finger and was about to approach the object, a piece of information suddenly entered Li Ming's brain. Just as he was about to touch the top, Li Ming's body trembled slightly, the space fluctuated, and the damaged hull disappeared directly in this fluctuation, and another picture appeared. Li Ming was surrounded by endless sand and gravel, and the wind was raging, as if he was in a desert. Not far away, in a crater-like ring mountain, a spaceship slowly took off. This spaceship was exactly the same as the spaceship Li Ming was in. Just as Li Ming was about to take a closer look, the surrounding pictures suddenly flashed, and various cracks appeared. Then the picture suddenly changed, the sand and wind disappeared instantly, and a picture of the interior of the spaceship appeared. This picture showed the interior of the spaceship in front of Li Ming, restoring the full picture of the interior of the spaceship before it was broken, but the picture still flashed and disappeared. In addition to these two slightly clear picture information, various fragmented information rushed into Li Ming's brain frantically. These fragmented information were intermittent pictures, as if the device storing information had malfunctioned and could not view all the content. It took only a few seconds from the appearance of the information to the end. Before Li Ming could see anything clearly, it disappeared. The illusions disappeared in a flash, and Li Ming's consciousness returned to the damaged spacecraft. The body at the top fell directly down. Fortunately, Li Ming was well prepared. His feet landed smoothly without any accidents, but he felt dizzy. After shaking his head gently, he couldn't help but look up at the mirror at the top again. After being in a daze for a while, the intermittent information could sort out some clues. Combined with the existing cognition in Li Ming's mind, Li Ming seemed to understand something. That place with strong winds and yellow sand everywhere. Li Ming recalled it repeatedly in his mind, and his attention shifted from the yellow sand to the undulating mountains around, and then to the stars in the night sky. Li Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself, Mars. Although he had never been to Mars, ordinary humans could collect relevant information about the environment and landforms of Mars on the internet. Moreover, humans have explored Mars more than once, and the images and information taken by various probes are no longer secrets. Combined with the information obtained from the US government and Austin, Li Ming can almost conclude that the picture is a picture on Mars. But this picture is at least 100 years ago. In recent years, humans have learned more and more about Mars. It is almost certain that there is no advanced life on Mars. Even if there is life, it is some low-level creatures. Chapter 46 Want to refine me? Exclamation mark. This spaceship came from Mars, but from the perspective of human cognition, there is no life on Mars. It sounds a bit contradictory, but Li Ming, who is already a 5th level civilization, can no longer look at the problem from a human perspective. The information obtained by humans can only be used as a reference. Since this spaceship came from Mars, there must be secrets on Mars that humans cannot explore, just like this spaceship, which has stood here for 100 years and has never been discovered by humans. Li Ming gently stroked his chin with his hand and looked inside the spaceship with his eyes. Although he didn't find anything valuable, he always felt weird looking at this spaceship, because there was no driving position in the entire space inside the spaceship. The small flying saucers found in the uninhabited area had driving positions. Why didn't such a large spaceship have one? Could it be a more powerful technological civilization? Or other independent driving methods? Li Ming couldn't understand it, and his eyes finally stopped on the white light-like pillar in the middle. Is this the driver's position? Li Ming asked secretly, but soon this idea was denied by himself. Let alone driving. This white pillar in front of him looked like a prison. There was no door, no other entrances and exits, and a completely closed space. After looking for a long time, Li Ming still couldn't figure out anything. He shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about these questions. He looked at the entrance of the passage again and stood up and jumped up. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Li Ming looked at the exit and the interior of the spaceship. Suddenly, he began to think about something. Since this spaceship came from Mars, it is believed that there is still civilization on Mars, and it is a civilization higher than that of humans on Earth. Li Ming originally planned to leave the Earth. If he confirmed that there was civilization on Mars, he could temporarily set his goal on Mars. However, when he thought about leaving the Earth and contacting other civilizations, Li Ming still felt inexplicably unsure. The strange and unknown feeling made Li Ming a little worried. After thinking about it, Li Ming still made a decision. Li Ming leaned over and sat down. He raised his hand and took out the star capsule. There was a 5th level stardust weapon in the star capsule, which was also obtained from the no man's land. Now Li Ming has reached the 5th level. In order to deal with unpredictable dangers, Li Ming needs to have a deep understanding of this weapon before leaving the earth in case of emergency. The star capsule in his hand flashed with blue light, and the only 3 things inside appeared in front of him. These 3 things were the stardust weapon, the nameless fragment he had just obtained, and the meteorite obtained from the no man's land. Li Ming first picked up the stardust weapon, an irregular angular round object, and injected his consciousness into it with his fingers. Under the consciousness scan, Li Ming suddenly smiled slightly. The understanding of this thing after the 5th level civilization is indeed different from that of the 4th level. Activating the stardust weapon is not complicated. The so-called activation is to use the energy in your body to open the startup program in this weapon. The stardust weapon is like a human's mobile phone. All the information in it is erased, and then input your own information. Then this mobile phone is yours, and the energy will not be reduced or lost. Realizing this, Li Ming assuredly injected the energy in his body into it. His eyes slowly closed, and the whole person's consciousness was already in a vast starry sky. Li Ming's body was floating in the starry sky. The soles of his feet, the top of his head, and the surroundings of his body were all dark, and not far in front of him was the stardust weapon. Li Ming raised his hand and aimed it at the object. A white light shone brightly in the palm of his hand. A beam of light mixed with the arc shot out from the palm of his hand. The soft ball of light continued to wash the stardust weapon towards a stream of water. After a moment, the white light faded, and the beam disappeared. Li Ming's energy had already connected the information in it, and a name immediately appeared in his mind. Star Greataki. Greataki was the name of this weapon device. After being activated, Greataki suddenly shook in place. It felt as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. Then all the edges and corners on the surface of this object suddenly fell off. The edgeless Greataki became much smaller, and at the same time, the whole body turned into a ball the size of an egg, with a silvery surface and a smooth and round surface. After the fallen edges and corners rotated for a while, they flew to Li Ming's side. When the edges and corners, that were originally the size of fingertips, reached the periphery of Li Ming's body, they suddenly flashed, and turned into a piece of armor. Li Ming just stood there motionless, and the armor automatically attached to his body. The chest, back, limbs, head, and soles of feet were all wrapped in armor, like a transformed robot. At this time, the round ball who hung in the distance also flashed with light, turning into a 4-foot-long silver sword, and floating in front of Li Ming. Looking at this scene, Li Ming's mouth twitched, his face was black, and his lifeless eyes looked at the sword in front of him, roaring angrily. What's going on? Iron armor, little treasure? Is it because I don't understand scientific and technological civilization, or I watched too many cartoons when I was a child, and suddenly it became a reality? It feels so childish. Li Ming muttered to himself in disappointment. His eyes suddenly opened, and he took his mind back. He checked his surroundings, and found that he was still sitting at the entrance of the passage, holding the stardust oolong in his right hand. Looking at this activated weapon, Li Ming couldn't be happy at all. He quickly put it into the star capsule, shook his head with some dissatisfaction, and sighed slightly. His eyes turned, and looked at the meteorite. He had just taken it out accidentally. Although there were 5 nebula powers in this meteorite, there was also a life consciousness called Emma, so the nebula power could not be used. However, just as Li Ming was about to put it away, he suddenly paused. A strange idea came to his mind. He touched his chin again and thought deeply. After thinking for a while, Li Ming stretched out his right hand and placed a finger on it. His eyes slowly closed, and a white light flashed at his fingertips. Li Ming re-entered the illusion. In the starry universe, the black Emma with 5 nebula powers had already emerged. What? Have you thought it through? As soon as Emma saw Li Ming, she immediately showed a strange expression and asked so. In the last conversation, the other party asked Li Ming to help him find a parasite. Li Ming just said to consider it at the time, and did not directly agree. Therefore, when they met this time, the other party asked so. Li Ming did not answer, but just shook his head slightly, and at the same time, his eyebrows were slightly locked, as if he was hesitating about something. This strange expression immediately caught Emma's attention, and she questioned him. Huh? What do you mean? Li Ming hesitated for a moment, and said with some doubt, I thought about it carefully, and decided not to help you find a parasite. This sentence made Emma a little confused. After rolling her eyes for a while, she looked at Li Ming carefully, and said in confusion, what? You gave up these 5 nebula powers? Li Ming did not comment, but said, I have something on me called a star furnace. Any object placed in it will be refined into energy. You are a high-level civilization. I just want to ask, will this meteorite be refined if it is placed in it? If refined, will the nebula power inside still be there? Li Ming had a sincere expression of seeking knowledge, his eyes fixed on the other party, as if he urgently needed to know the answer. The muscles on Emma's face twitched slightly, and her brows wrinkled and shrank as if she had heard something terrible. Her hollow eyes widened slightly, and she said tremblingly, How is it possible that you actually have a star furnace? Li Ming saw the other party's expression, and seemed to have noticed something. Although the other party did not answer Li Ming's question, it can be seen that this star furnace seems to be a rare item in the machine. Li Ming also felt this in his heart. After the other party confirmed it, it further proved the preciousness of the star furnace. However, the other party did not directly answer Li Ming's question. But just when Li Ming was about to say something else, Emma suddenly spoke, You want to refine me? Emma narrowed her eyes slightly, opened her mouth, and said with gritted teeth, and those words seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Li Ming looked calm, touching his chin with one hand, and whispered nonchalantly, Refine. At the same time, Li Ming's eyes kept looking at the other party, and his mind seemed to suddenly figure out something. The refining of the star furnace is not the refining in human cognition. It does not require high temperature or materials. It relies entirely on the technological principles built into the star furnace to decompose the substances put in and convert them into energy. The change in Emma's tone clearly indicates that this refining function will be detrimental to her consciousness. Thinking of this, Li Ming smiled and said, I'm just asking, why are you so excited? Besides, before Li Ming finished speaking, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and at the same time a voice came from his head, Want to refine me? You may not know the pain of decomposition. Since you are going to die anyway, I will fight you. This Emma's consciousness actually rushed directly into Li Ming's brain, as if she wanted to take over Li Ming's body. When they first met each other, Li Ming was only a 4th level civilization, but the other party could only share the same strength with Li Ming's consciousness, but there was nothing he could do. Now that Li Ming is a 5th level civilization, the other party can't succeed. The most important thing is that Li Ming's civilization is still a spiritual civilization. Although the spiritual civilization is not strong in combat power, its consciousness is indeed the strongest among known civilizations. Emma still looked desperate, and her consciousness kept colliding with Li Ming's consciousness. It seemed that a battle of consciousness was unfolding in her brain. Chapter 47, Spiritual Civilization 6 Domain Star Eyes. The strength of spiritual civilization consciousness depends on only 2 factors. One is the level, and the other is a learning of star. Li Ming's current consciousness is completely dependent on his 5th level civilization level. At this time, there seemed to be 2 fogs fighting each other in the brain. Emma's was a black fog, and Li Ming's was a white fog. The colors of black and white were quickly changed under the interweaving. After a fierce collision, Li Ming's white fog suddenly became a little bigger, while Emma's black fog seemed to be reduced. Angry Emma didn't pay any attention to this subtle change, and continued to rush up. Li Ming could only be forced to fight. After all, it was related to the dominance of consciousness over the body. He must not let his body be occupied by this guy. After several collisions, Li Ming's white fog increased again, and Emma's black fog also became a little smaller. Unconsciously, after a fight, Emma could only look up at Li Ming's consciousness. It was like a lion and a tiger biting each other, but the lion eventually turned into an elephant, and the tiger turned into a cat. Looking straight ahead became looking up. Emma had already noticed something. This huge change made Emma feel uneasy, and at the same time, something seemed to be missing in the depths of her consciousness. Li Ming went from dealing with it with difficulty at the beginning to handling it calmly later, and the gap between the two widened suddenly. Emma didn't dare to fight anymore at this time. Her expression twitched, and she looked at Li Ming with some horror, and said tremblingly, "You are actually devouring my consciousness?" Li Ming also felt this, but this devouring was completely passive. After hearing what the other party said, Li Ming hurriedly checked his consciousness. The memory, cognition and knowledge in his brain actually gave a lot of fragments invisibly, and these were produced after several rounds of collisions between his consciousness and Emma. This feeling of suddenly having a lot of inexplicable knowledge in his brain made Li Ming excited, because the current Li Ming was far from the ordinary human Li Ming. Emma wanted to break free and escape in her terrified eyes, but in this short time, the white fog had filled the entire space. Unknowingly, the fog of Li Ming's consciousness had blocked and surrounded the entire space, like flowing chains. Obviously, this was already the area dominated by Li Ming. "No. No. You." Emma shouted something angrily, her expression full of unwillingness and fear, but the voice soon disappeared in the white fog. The diffuse white fog enveloped all areas. There was no trace of black breath, and Emma's consciousness could not be felt. What was left were the many extra memory fragments. This result was beyond Li Ming's expectations, but it was also a result that made Li Ming very satisfied. A smile suddenly appeared on his calm face. After a while, Li Ming's consciousness had recovered, and the pain in his brain completely disappeared, but he was still in an illusion of a starry universe. 5 nebular forces were floating quietly in front of him. Li Ming smiled slightly, and withdrew from the illusion. Back to the real world, Li Ming sat quietly in the corridor. Although the meteorite in front of him had not changed, it was already a pure meteorite. The 5 nebula powers in it could be used at will. It took 5 nebula powers to advance from the 5th level to the 6th level, but Li Ming had no intention of advancing, because it was life-threatening. Before there were Star Glory and Star Altar, Li Ming would never have thought about advancing. He took out the star capsule again, and put the meteorite in front of him into it. At this time, there was only a fragment on the ground. This fragment was just obtained from this spaceship. I don't know what it is used for. Li Ming stretched out his right hand, and took the fragment in his hand. He kept looking at it with his eyes. Hiss. Li Ming took a deep breath from between his teeth, frowned tightly, and then shook his head slightly. What is this thing? How could it be in the belly of that alien life? Inexplicably talking to himself, with a confused and puzzled look on his face, Li Ming was full of curiosity. His eyes moved slightly, then narrowed. A flash of thought appeared in his mind. The palm holding the fragment suddenly flashed with white light, and the consciousness of energy wrapped up the entire fragment. At this moment, Li Ming's consciousness suddenly entered a certain space. This was an absolutely dark space. The body seemed to be floating in the air. There seemed to be nothing else, except darkness above the head, under the feet, and around the body. What's going on? Where is this? What's going on? Li Ming's consciousness suddenly had many questions. After a moment, a little bit of blue starlight suddenly flashed from a distance, as if someone was walking towards him with a candle. Li Ming's eyes stared at the blue light, and under the illumination of the blue light, he saw an old face. The face under the weak light made Li Ming shrink his body, narrow his eyes slightly, and tighten his eyebrows, trying to see it carefully. When the blue light was more than 10 meters away from Li Ming, it suddenly stopped. At this time, a figure had been clearly presented. This was a human, a complete human. The head, limbs, and facial features were almost the same as those of humans on Earth. Li Ming's slightly nervous and fearful mood calmed down a little, but when he looked carefully, he was suddenly shocked, and said to himself, "No, it's not." Although the appearance was similar to that of humans, there was a huge difference between them. There was a vertical gap on the forehead of the other party. This gap seemed unfamiliar, but as long as you thought about it, you would feel that you seemed to have seen it before. That's right, it was the third eye that I had seen in myths or various magazines. Huh? Who are you? The old face did not change at all, and his mouth did not open, but this question suddenly appeared in Li Ming's mind. The other party did not speak, but the voice just now was actually communicating with Li Ming with consciousness. Consciousness communication? Isn't that an ability that only spiritual civilizations have? Li Ming did not dare to neglect it. He thought about it seriously and said truthfully, "My name is Li Ming, and I'm from Earth." The old man nodded slightly. His expression was obviously familiar with Li Ming's appearance. After looking at Li Ming with his eyes, he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. As the inheritor of this star, as long as you belong to the spiritual civilization life, I can teach you the lore of this domain." Li Ming was shocked when he heard this, but before Li Ming could say anything, the crack on the old man's forehead suddenly shone with white light. It felt like a ray of light suddenly shone in from the crack of the door in a dark room. As the crack on the old man's forehead slowly opened, the area covered by the light became larger and larger. Until it was fully opened, Li Ming was completely enveloped by the light. The originally dazzling light seemed not so bright. The light was emitted by the open eye on the old man's forehead. From a distance, it was like God had opened a window for you. There was no eyeball or other eye tissue in that glowing eye, but a starry sky. From this eye, it seemed as if you could see another universe, with glittering spheres everywhere. The spheres were like the sun, each of which was dazzling. Li Ming's consciousness could not help but immerse himself in them. Just as Li Ming was looking at it carefully, the glowing sphere suddenly spun and slowly floated out of the eye. It seemed to be only the size of a sesame seed when it first floated out, very faint and very clear, but it suddenly became larger and larger and approached Li Ming. When it was in front of Li Ming, it was already the size of a ping pong ball. It seemed dazzling, but it did not affect his gaze. It was strange and weird. At this time, it was only 1 foot away from Li Ming's eyes. This magical moment made Li Ming slowly raise his right hand. Just as he was about to touch it, the thing suddenly whooshed and hit Li Ming's forehead and entered his brain. What's going on? Li Ming muttered to himself curiously. Before he could react, the eyes in the distance suddenly closed, the white light disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to darkness. The old man disappeared, and the blue light similar to the candle disappeared. Li Ming hurriedly looked around, but there was nothing but darkness. Just when Li Ming was confused, there was a bang in his head, and Li Ming's consciousness withdrew from the fragments, as if the fragment was forcibly closed, and everything returned to reality. In reality, Li Ming was still sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the passage, holding the inconspicuous fragment in his hand. Li Ming didn't react for a while, and didn't know what was going on. After being stunned for a few seconds, the various consciousnesses in his brain began to recover, and the originally messy memory fragments began to automatically splice, as if some energy was automatically sorting out a pile of messy books. Cognition and knowledge suddenly became full. Li Ming could clearly sense the changes in his brain. It was originally like a chaotic universe, with meteorites and planets flying everywhere, but now it seemed that a center point had appeared, and those disordered meteorites were becoming orderly. The center of the brain is like the sun in the solar system. The fragments of memory are spliced into planets. All the messy planets are rotating around the sun in an orderly manner. The sense of clarity is unprecedented. Li Ming smiled slightly, as if he suddenly knew a secret. He glanced at the fragment in his hand, and put it back into the star capsule. So that's it. Li Ming muttered to himself, while recalling the content of the fragment just now. This fragment is not ordinary. It is the supreme star book in spiritual civilization. 6 domains Manxing book. In layman's terms, it is the secret method of spiritual civilization life to cultivate spiritual power. 6 domains Manxing. 6 domains Manxing is a spiritual star book created by advanced civilization. It brings together the 6 abilities of spiritual civilization and is divided into 6 fragments. The fragment in Li Ming's hand is only one of the 6 domains, representing the ability of one of the fields of spiritual civilization. There is a mentor in each field, just to continue the existence of spiritual civilization. Each mentor also comes from a different mother star. Although their life characteristics and body appearance are different, they all belong to the sequence of spiritual civilization. At the same time, because of their different development on the mother star, their final abilities are also different. Simply put, the life nurtured by the planet in different galaxies has developed into spiritual civilization at the same time, but it is unknown what force brought these civilizations together and eventually broke them into pieces. The mentors in the pieces will directly refine the experience and methods of cultivation into consciousness. As long as the consciousness is integrated into the brain of the practitioner and slowly absorbed, it will be fine. Li Ming has already received this consciousness, and at the same time he clearly knows that the ability he has learned is called Wisdom Eye. Chapter 48, Unknown and Unsolved. The consciousness absorbed into the brain can also be transformed into one's own memory. Things that have not been touched before will be inexplicably proficient and familiar. Whether it is the newly obtained wisdom eye or Emma who was swallowed by Li Ming's consciousness, they need to be absorbed and integrated bit by bit, and it takes a long process to transform others into one's own. Moreover, time alone is not enough, and the civilization level is also required, because some things can only be understood after reaching a certain level. Li Ming gently closed his eyes and carefully recalled the consciousness he had just obtained. Although he could not master it all, some basic information had emerged. First of all, regarding the wisdom eye, this has greatly improved Li Ming's mental power. Originally, he could only see through the thoughts and behaviors of low-level civilizations, but now it is different. The cultivation of basic star records has enabled Li Ming to see the thoughts of high-level civilizations. More wisdom eye abilities still need to wait for the brain to digest the knowledge in the star records. At the same time, advancement will also allow Li Ming to master more wisdom eye abilities, which cannot be rushed. Then there is Emma, who was just devoured. Emma belongs to biological civilization. The ability of this civilization does not belong to the combat sequence. Its civilization discoveries are mainly related to life, including energy and immortality, energy and death, energy and control, and various relationships between energy and species. However, all of these require the support of star nationality, which is still too far away from Li Ming. However, one thing caught Li Ming's attention, that is, the refining of star glory. Star glory is a must for any advanced civilization. This kind of thing requires the configuration of various rare materials, and then it is refined by biological civilization. Refining star glory is not something that any civilization can do. This is caused by the development of civilization background. Just like humans and other animals on the earth, you can never fly in the sky anytime and anywhere like a bird, and you can never swim in the sea like a fish. This unique ability strengthens the interdependence between civilizations. Li Ming devoured Emma and mastered this ability invisibly, but Li Ming still can't know too much about biological civilization. After all, he just devoured its consciousness, and it also takes time and continuous advancement, but this foundation is still good. Opening his eyes again, Li Ming looked more relaxed and natural, accompanied by a satisfied smile. With the spiritual civilization background plus the biological civilization background, plus the stardust weapon, Li Ming has made sufficient preparations for leaving the earth. Slowly standing up and looking at the damaged exit of the passage, Li Ming planned to leave here. After walking a few steps along the passage, Li Ming suddenly stopped, turned his eyes, and looked at the wall on the right. A damaged hole caught Li Ming's attention. The hole was the size of a basketball, and the irregular edges revealed black lines. These lines were not wires in the human world. The surface was hard, like a stone, each finger thick, and there were some strip-shaped objects protruding from the surface, like blood vessels or blue veins on the surface of a human body. Li Ming didn't care when he came in from the passage, but now he looked carefully and found it a little strange. The line stretched out of the hole from the inside, but the hole was empty and a little dark. Li Ming took a few steps closer and glanced at the hole. Just a glance, Li Ming frowned and looked like he was thinking about something else. From this broken hole, Li Ming actually saw a narrow passage with steps that seemed to lead to somewhere below. Steps? Where is this? Li Ming muttered to himself and stretched out his right hand and gently touched the wall. The uneven wall suddenly lit up with a faint white light, as if some program was activated. Li Ming immediately noticed it with his consciousness. With a force on his right hand, his entire palm was placed on the wall. Under the operation of consciousness, a wave suddenly appeared in an area on the wall that was more than 1 meter high and wide. This wave was like a sudden vibration on a calm water surface. As the wave oscillated, the originally dark and hard surface of the wall suddenly became transparent. A 1 meter long and wide hole appeared. The hole was a passage and steps extending downwards, all the way to the bottom. Li Ming took his right hand away from the wall, and his eyes kept looking at the passage in front of him. After a few seconds of pausing, Li Ming tried it again with his hand. The passage was indeed empty, and not just transparent. The technology of alien civilization is indeed incredible. The hard wall disappeared as soon as it disappeared. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, Li Ming leaned over and walked down the passage. However, the passage was short and narrow, making it very inconvenient to walk. It could only be blamed on the fact that the aliens were too small. Following the spiral steps down, he soon came to the end. A space of several square meters appeared in front of Li Ming. Before entering, he simply looked around the environment inside. "This is the cockpit," Li Ming said in surprise, and took a step forward to enter it. No wonder he didn't find the driver's seat on the top. It turned out to be at the bottom. There were 4 screens on the top of the cockpit, showing the situation in 4 directions. There was nothing on the console, no items, only one screen, and nothing else to attract attention. Li Ming finally stopped his gaze on the screen on the console. This screen was quite strange, showing a light red planet, and some strange characters appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. The planet slowly rotated on the screen. Li Ming's eyes kept looking at the planet. After a while, Li Ming touched his chin and whispered, "Mars? Didn't this spaceship fly out from Mars?" According to Li Ming's analysis of the planet on the screen, this planet is most likely Mars, but what does it mean to display this planet on the screen? Looking at the characters in the lower right corner, these characters have strange shapes. Li Ming thought of something, based on a certain memory in his mind. After looking at it for a while, he immediately understood that this character is a number, 12. Li Ming didn't pay too much attention. His eyes kept looking around the control panel. If it was a control panel, even if there was no steering wheel or joystick, there should be at least some other things. When the UFO was found in the no man's land, there were at least 3 suction cups and other things inside. This one was empty except for a screen. Li Ming reached out his hand and gently touched the screen. The biggest advantage of this alien civilization technology is that it can be controlled by consciousness. Simply put, it is to integrate consciousness and spacecraft. This not only allows the driver to fully devote himself to driving, but also maximizes the stability of the spacecraft. As soon as his finger touched the screen suddenly beeped, and the slowly rotating planet on it suddenly accelerated, and suddenly stopped, after turning to a certain position. Then this position was suddenly enlarged, and a ring mountain appeared in front of Li Ming. This ring mountain is more like a deep pit, just like the meteorite craters on the surface of the moon. It seems to be formed by the impact of a meteorite, but the area is huge, and there is a large black hole in the center of the mountain. The black hole is like a piece of black cloth that blocks this area, and it is unclear what the object is. After rotating and enlarging, the screen finally freezes at the position of the black hole, and a series of characters are displayed. Li Ming took a closer look at these characters, and immediately understood them. At the same time, 2 separate boxes appeared on the left and right sides of the screen, and a lot of characters appeared in the boxes. These characters are common to all high-level civilizations in the universe. Li Ming also understood the contents of them with Harris's memory consciousness. This spaceship is an unmanned directional spaceship. You only need to set the coordinates of the location you need to reach on the console in the cockpit, and then the spaceship will enter the countdown automatic flight state. The number 12 that Li Ming saw in the lower right corner of the screen is actually the countdown time, but it is currently paused at 12. The contents of the boxes on both sides are also explained in detail. The box on the left says that the final destination of the spaceship is Jupiter, not the Earth. The box on the right says that the spaceship will activate the automatic return system if an accident occurs. Obviously, this spaceship flying from Mars to Jupiter fell to the Earth due to a malfunction midway, and the return system did not take effect. Upon seeing this, Li Ming became even more confused, and countless questions emerged in his mind. Jupiter, according to the information that humans have detected, is the largest planet in the solar system, and it is not a planet composed mainly of solid matter, but a huge liquid hydrogen star. As the depth increases, at a distance of 1000 meters from the surface, liquid hydrogen is formed under high pressure and high temperature. Due to its rapid rotation, the atmosphere outside is divided into different zones and belts according to latitude, and there are turbulence and storms at the junctions of each other. I'm afraid that no life can survive on such a planet. Why does this spacecraft still want to go to Jupiter? There can't be life in that environment, right? Or is Li Ming's understanding of cosmic civilization not enough? The most important thing is, why does the alien life in the upper space of this spacecraft want to go to such a place? Where does it come from? Shouldn't the solar system have been explored by humans? Why is there life? Exclamation mark. There are too many questions that cannot be explained or understood. Li Ming frowned and finally shook his head and said to himself, it seems that there are too many unknowns in the vast universe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Mars. Ooh, this is mine. Li Ming looked at the enlarged black area on the screen and tapped his finger again, hoping to zoom in further to see what was there. However, at this point, the spacecraft immediately showed abnormality. A line of huge characters suddenly appeared on the screen, and the entire spacecraft vibrated slightly. Then a wave flashed at the hatch of the cockpit, and a black wall appeared directly at the hatch that was originally empty, sealing the hatch. At the same time, the door connecting to the outside passage also rippled and flashed, returning to the original wall. This sudden scene shocked Li Ming, and he quickly ran over and put his palm on the wall at the hatch, but there was no reaction at all. Li Ming turned around and returned to the screen on the control panel. He saw the characters on the lower right corner of the screen began to change. Li Ming recognized these characters. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the muscles on his face twitched. He whispered, no way. 11, 10, 9. Li Ming's eyes turned and looked at the large characters in the middle of the screen. He couldn't help but read, target, Mars Ulysses mining area. Started. Although he had planned to leave the Earth, Li Ming was not mentally prepared enough, not to mention that this was too abrupt. Just when Li Ming was at a loss, the spacecraft suddenly shook. Li Ming felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if something was running around in his head. The next moment, his eyes went black and he fainted. He felt a stream of light passing through his brain, just like walking alone on a dark road at night. Every time a car came by, the headlights would illuminate the road, but the light would flash by as the car passed by quickly. He couldn't open his eyes, his consciousness was blurred, and he could only vaguely feel that something was happening around him. Sometimes a bright light flashed, sometimes a dark shadow flashed, and sometimes there was a grunting sound like talking. This semi-comatose state continued, and at the same time, he had a clearer consciousness. A repeated figure kept appearing in front of Li Ming's consciousness. This was a creature that Li Ming had never seen before. They had a head like a cow, but without horns. Their bodies were similar to cows, with 4 arms and 2 legs, no tail, and a layer of armor on the surface of their bodies. Although they were only more than 1 meter tall, their forearms were very strong, as thick as human thighs. The 2 legs were only 2 feet long and extremely strong. Although they were only creatures sensed by consciousness, Li Ming knew that they were creatures of power-type civilization. In front of his closed eyes, shadows kept swaying back and forth. They looked roughly like this, as if Li Ming had entered their world. I felt my body moving, as if I was on some equipment, but it felt very vague, like I was on a bumpy car, shaking constantly, as if I was being transported somewhere. After an unknown amount of time, Li Ming's body was lifted up and thrown to the ground. With a thump, the sound of my body touching the ground felt unusually clear. I felt a slight pain in my back and head. The ground was ordinary soil, and I could smell the smell of it, like rusted and falling metal. There were a few small stones pressed under my body, making my body very uncomfortable. Everything was very familiar, but also very vague. Gradually, my eyes could open a crack. The first thing I saw was a cage, strips of black metal. Each crack was only 2 fingers wide. The light was a little dim, like dusk. Li Ming turned his head slightly, his eyes slowly opened, and the situation around him became clear. I was lying in a cage about 2 meters long and wide, and there were cages like this all around me, hundreds of them, some of which were empty, but most of them were filled with creatures, and in Li Ming's eyes they looked like animals. Where is this? Li Ming sat up with difficulty, his mind still groggy, and he could no longer remember the memory in the spaceship. He glanced around again and suddenly found something. Those creatures in the cage were not animals, but aliens. Li Ming patted his head and tried to recall his previous memory, but he could not remember it at all. There was only a vague picture before the abnormality of the spaceship. Mars. Ooh, this is mine. When he moved his legs, he felt heavy. At this time, Li Ming found that there was an extra chain on his ankles. This chain connected his legs together. The chain was unusually heavy, like some kind of metal, and it made a crisp sound of ding dong dong when it collided. Li Ming became a little panicked and grabbed the iron chain. If it was just an ordinary iron chain, Li Ming's extraordinary strength would be enough to break it, but as soon as the arm holding the iron chain used energy, he felt a soreness in his whole arm, and he could not use any strength at all. This is not an iron chain, Li Ming muttered to himself. He looked up and found that he was in a cave, very close to the entrance. The cave was about 40 to 50 meters wide and about 6 to 7 meters high. The left side of his cage was the entrance, only about 10 meters away, and the right side was the depths of the cave, which became darker as he went deeper. There was a pillar with a diameter of 1 foot at the edge of each cage. The metal bars of the cage were released from this pillar. Looking at the dark metal bars, Li Ming looked at the chain between his legs again. It seemed to be made of the same material. He subconsciously touched the metal bar with his hand. Sure enough, like the chain on his leg, it could not use energy. These metals would not bring too much burden to the body, provided that energy was not used easily. Are all the newcomers here? Yes. How do you plan to use it? There's an old mine that can be handed over to them. Okay, I'll arrange it later. The sound of the two people talking appeared in Li Ming's mind, as if someone was talking in Li Ming's ear. Li Ming turned around hurriedly and saw two bull-headed monsters at the entrance of the cave more than 10 meters away. They were communicating with each other in a strange language that Li Ming had never come into contact with, but the information naturally entered Li Ming's brain. It was not that Li Ming heard something, but Li Ming sensed it exactly. Li Ming subconsciously looked around, and sure enough, Li Ming clearly sensed what each life in each cage was thinking. So, although they can't use energy, their mental power is not affected. After this observation, Li Ming found that these people who were imprisoned in cages like himself were prisoners from various civilizations. They were sent here after violating rules or systems. The civilization levels among them were also different. There were 4th, 5th, and even 6th levels. However, in front of the iron chain on the leg, this level is undoubtedly meaningless, and they will all be bound. Soldier Captain Waddy is here. The two bull-headed monsters at the entrance of the cave suddenly whispered. Li Ming turned his head and looked at the distance of the cave in trance. A bull-headed monster with a slightly taller body was walking quickly. From a distance, Li Ming could already sense that the other party was from the 5th level civilization, while those who were slightly shorter than him were from the 4th level civilization, and the armor on their bodies was also different. The armor of the 4th level civilization was all grey, while the armor of the 5th level civilization was black. Among the grey, it was so unique and dazzling. Behind the soldier named Waddy, there were more than a dozen grey armored soldiers. Like the two at the entrance of the cave, they were all bull-headed monsters of the 4th level civilization. It is not difficult to see that these people with the same appearance are most likely from the same civilization on the same mother planet, and they are power civilizations. Soldier Captain Waddy. The two soldiers saluted Waddy respectfully and powerfully. Li Ming could feel their respect for Waddy, but the etiquette made Li Ming feel surprised. The two soldiers stood up straight, looked up at the sky, and almost pointed their noses at Waddy, while Waddy nodded slightly and said nothing. What kind of etiquette is this? Pointing your nose at another person is polite. Is it respect? Is there a misunderstanding in the development of alien civilization? Are these all arranged in mine number 3? Waddy glanced at the soldier next to him and said so. The soldier did not dare to neglect it, nodded repeatedly, and replied, yes. Waddy looked into the depths of the cave with his eyes, and finally his eyes moved to the several cages in front of him. He seemed to want to check the situation in each cage, but after a moment, his eyes suddenly stopped on Li Ming. Chapter 50. Going to Mars to mine for others? Exclamation mark. Which planet is this from? How come I've never seen this kind of life before? Waddy looked at Li Ming and said to the soldier beside him. The soldier glanced at Li Ming and replied, "This was sent by Wilma." Waddy stared at Li Ming with his eyes, as if he was thinking about something else. He nodded slightly and said, "Arrange them to go to mine number 3. Yes." The soldier turned around and looked at all the cages in the cave. Then he stretched out his palm with only 4 fingers and patted the air twice. Suddenly, a wave flashed, like ripples on a calm water surface. Only then did Li Ming realize that the cave entrance was not empty. After the ripples flashed, metal bars suddenly appeared one by one. The cave entrance was also blocked by these metal bars. The place where the soldier's palm pressed was a solid circular area, like a round flying pancake. But while the other party was pressing something, the soldier was still silently reciting a few numbers in his head. 1, 7, 4, 4, 5, 0. What is that? Is it a password? Li Ming said to himself. After the soldier finished the operation, the metal door was retracted vertically into the ground and disappeared. At the same time, the metal bars of the small cages in the cave were also retracted into the pillar. This pillar was in every cage, and the metal bars were extended from it. "All guys, come out, quick," the soldier shouted. This language is an interstellar language, and any high-level civilization is familiar with this language. Hearing the shouts, the imprisoned aliens began to stand up and walk out. Li Ming was no exception. Although the soldiers were creatures from the same mother planet, the imprisoned were different. They were all strange and varied. These were not the animals on Earth. Although they looked strange, they were all advanced civilizations from various planets, just like Li Ming came from Earth, because humans were also the most advanced species on Earth. "Line up in 2 teams. Stand still," the soldier shouted to the crowd, and the aliens who came out began to stand in various positions in an orderly manner. Some seemed very skilled, while others were relatively unfamiliar, just like the labor form in prison. Some people were not coming in for the first time, while others were coming in for the first time. Although Li Ming didn't understand the rules here, he knew how to stand in line. Undoubtedly, Li Ming was the tallest person here, so he just stood silently at the back. 40 or 50 people lined up in 2 teams far away. After doing this, the soldier turned his eyes to Waddy not far away, and Waddy waved his arm without saying much. The soldier seemed to understand what the other party meant, and then shouted, "Here, follow me here." With an order, the aliens in the front began to walk away. Li Ming stood at the back and looked around. There were only bare pillars left in the cave, where he was just now, and nothing else. There were cliffs on both sides of the cave entrance, and the team was walking along the edge of the cliff. Looking at the distance and the top of his head, Li Ming basically saw the terrain here. The whole area is like a circular pit, nearly 100 kilometers long and wide. The cliff is the edge of the pit, and the center of the pit is full of various black buildings. The building area is divided into 2 parts. The buildings on the left are very strange, like chopsticks standing upright on the ground. Some are piled together, and there are dozens of them. The right is a spherical building area, like half a sphere buckled on the ground, but there are not many, only 5, but the area is huge. The sky above is grey, as if someone covered the entire pit with a piece of grey cloth. Li Ming followed the end of the team, walking and looking around. After walking a few kilometers along the cliff, the speed suddenly slowed down. Li Ming saw the situation in the distance at a glance with his height. 2 holes appeared in the front. The 2 teams of aliens were entering the 2 holes respectively, and before entering the holes, they took something from a device next to the holes. As he slowly approached, Li Ming found that there was a character on the top of the 2 holes, which was the number 3. It might be the number 3 mine hole mentioned by Waddy. Both mine holes were 5 meters wide and 2 meters high, and the edges of the holes were fixed with black metal frames, making the entire hole look mechanical, not like a mine hole at all. Every alien who entered the hole would receive a 1 meter long silver metal object at the hole entrance. This object was spit out from a device, which should be the equipment used for mining. Seeing this scene, Li Ming felt a little angry. "MD. I came all the way from Earth to mine for others. I've had enough." Sighing was useless, and there was no way to fall into the current situation. However, Li Ming did not leave Earth to work, and these miners were all prisoners. This was not a long-term solution. He must find a way to get out, or at least change. Thinking of this, Li Ming had already arrived at the entrance of the mine hole. According to the operation of the person in front, Li Ming also took out something from the device and then entered a mine hole. The 4 walls in the mine were different from what Li Ming had imagined. They were all artificially modified and made of black metal. You could see everything clearly without lighting. After entering the mine, it was not a downward road, but a parallel road, like a corridor. After going deeper than 10 meters, you came to a circular space with a length and width of more than 10 meters. At this time, there were more than a dozen doorways around, with numbered characters on them, saying mine number 18, mine number 19, and so on. These aliens also randomly chose mines to enter. Seeing this, Li Ming also randomly chose one and walked in. Mine number 28, which Li Ming randomly chose, was a round hole with blue light. As soon as he entered, the surface of the round hole was all blue light curtains, which was very strange. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Ming entered the light curtain. After passing through the light curtain, his eyes turned black and bright, and he came to another cave. At this time, the blue round hole light curtain was still behind him. Portal? Li Ming said to himself, but he didn't care too much. He looked around and found that there were already several aliens in this cave using the silver device in his hand to dig. There are 2 touch buttons on the silver device. Once touched, the top of the silver device will deform and turn into a mechanical arm, which will automatically dig the rocks in the cave wall. The other end of the silver device is a metal capsule. When ore is found, another button needs to be pressed manually to collect the ore. Relatively speaking, it does not require manual power to operate, just need to be careful to collect the ore. Li Ming tried to operate the cave wall and saw that the mechanical arm quickly rotated on the surface of the cave wall and a lot of gravel fell. After a while, a red egg-sized stone rolled down. Li Ming was startled and hurriedly picked it up with his left hand. This red stone actually contains a lot of energy, which makes Li Ming extremely excited, but when he looked around, his excited expression immediately became frustrated. After discovering similar ores, several aliens around him just quietly collected them into the silver metal capsule without much action, let alone excitement. Yeah. I'm so happy. Aren't these all dug for others? Li Ming took the red stone in his hand and sensed the powerful energy inside. He was working for others for nothing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and his face was full of reluctance. He was thinking of countermeasures in his mind, and he continued to work. At the same time, Waddy's figure appeared in the circular building area. There were only 5 buildings in the circular building area, and these 5 buildings were also very unique. The 4 larger buildings were located in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, and the smallest building was right in the middle. Waddy's straight figure was heading for the smaller building in the middle. Although it was the smallest of the 5 buildings, it was more than 50 meters wide and more than 10 meters high. It also had 4 gates, and each gate was guarded by some 4th level soldiers. These soldiers were not from the same civilization as Waddy, and their appearance was also very different. Compared to Waddy's race, the soldiers in the circular building are closer to humans, and their appearance is somewhat similar. Their bald heads are the size of a football, oval in shape, and horizontally oval. Their necks are more than a foot long, and they are short in stature. They are basically the same as Waddy's 4th level soldiers, but their palms and soles have 5 fingers, and each of them holds a 1 foot long brown object in their hands. It is their weapon, but this brown object is rough in appearance and looks like an ordinary wooden stick. I don't know what it is used for. Waddy walked quickly to one of the doors and said, "Where is Wilma?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.